Representing the business of boxing, ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it for Manager Marty!
Thank you. You're far too kind. Thank you very much.
Representing the business of boxing, ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it for Manager Marty!
Thank you. You're far too kind. Thank you very much.
Representing the business of boxing, ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it for Manager Marty!
Thank you. You're far too kind. Thank you very much.
Well, you said that in the tweet.
Because this is important.
All right.
If what really needs to happen is 24/7, 365. Now, to start this movement, I basically paid for two of the three boxers that have ever done this in history, $20,000 a piece out of my own pocket, trying to get this movement of 24/7, 365 started. I offered this to Spence. I offered this to Haney. I offered this to Crawford. I could not get now. Understand that when I'm making this offer to them, they already have fights and they're already enrolled in VADA testing at that time. What I'm trying to get them to do is when that fight ends, to show the world that you're not on drugs, enter a 24/7, 365. Then when you fight a fighter coming up, then he has to join the pool, and hopefully you can get enough of these guys to get the movement started that you'll have some of the people that do make millions of dollars and can't afford to do it and want to help clean up the sport that will enroll in 24/7, 365. Now, even with me offering sponsorship, I have had a difficult time trying to get my own stack fighters to do what I'm telling you that I'm attempting to do.
Got you. So let's table that because I want to ask you about that. But I want the audience to understand what you mean when you said VADA's DCO representation came with Andrade at 10:30 at night and even 6:30 in the morning. Do they come to your house? Do they come to your gym?
No,
where did they come?
They will come to the gym, but they came to the Marriott Hotel 4/10 of a mile down the block from SNAC. They've come to the track, the Merritt track in Oakland, and tested Devin Haney there. So they come, typically if they can't find you at the location you say you're going to be, then they start calling people. And you've got the trainer, you've got the fighter, you've got, my name and phone number and addresses on a lot of these enrollment forms. And they'll call me if they can't find them, because I try to herd them to VADA so that they can get their test done.
So when they came to Andrade, let's say 10:30 at night, I'm sure you probably wasn't there. Did Andrade say, "Oh, Victor"? Did he call you and say, "Hey, they just got here"? Or they just?
Andre was there. The trainer was there, and he was filming it, and he was sending me pictures. So I knew when they were there. I got a video while they were doing it.
Got you. Now back to the cooperation. You said you can't even convince your own snack fighters to be a part of 365 24/7. Why won't they cooperate with you? I mean, you sound like you're the expert.
The argument that I hear is that when they don't want to do it when the other guy's not doing it. So if they know that, they can force the other guy through me paying for the testing, right? And a lot of times the promoter pays or the boxer pays themselves, but then they know that they're on a level playing field, whether it be 8 weeks or 12 weeks out. But trying to get these guys to come out and say, here I am, I'm Nonito Donaire, that back in 2012, and no matter what anybody else in boxing does, I'm going to prove that I'm willing to be tested 24/7, 365. I have not had other boxers since Nonito, and then thereafter Edwin Rodriguez, that have been willing to do that.
Ladies and gentlemen, members of the jury, members of the Roll the Tape film crew, welcome to a special edition of Roll the Tape podcast with Manager Marty. This is the second live I've done today. I did it live literally 5 hours ago. And we're back on it again today. Come on in. Come on in. My God, I'm going to break this thing down this evening. Come on in. Come on in. Grab a plate. I have some food that I want to serve you, some food for thought. Now, I made a promise to myself that I'm not going to get so animated tonight because I really, really, really am genuinely passionate about this topic. No, not the topic that's in the title. We're going to get to that in 1 second. I'm talking about the topic of the snack program. Oh, that's not how I say it. The snack program. Snack fighters, performance enhancing drugs, performance enhancements, and other things that are used. Very genuinely passionate about those things. I'm equally as passionate about anti-doping testing, the procedures and the protocol in the sport that I love the most, the sport of boxing. I'm genuinely interested in promoting a clean sport. So yes, the title talked about, Errol Spence, Tszyu. We're going to get to that. But I would be remiss if I did not plug you all in on some more information that I wanted to present to you all the other day. Now, yes, I must admit that there are people that's watching the live right now. There's people that's watching the replay of this live right now that already have learned about the things that I'm going to teach in this next few minutes because they were exposed to the information. Why? Because they remember when I first brought it all up 2 years ago. They remember when I first continued bringing it up a year ago. They remember when I first started bringing it up 3.5 years ago. So this is just a friendly reminder to you all that we're here. But to my new audience members, the new members of the Roll the Tape family, the new members of the Roll the Tape film crew, this might be new information for you. So stay right there and don't move. I got something for you. The other day, we talked about 24/7, 365. Remember that? Testing, right? Okay. You remember that, don't you? Okay. Now, I was on time constraints the other day, but I have time tonight. And let me just say this. Anyone can click the link. It's pinned to the top of the chat if you want to join the live broadcast. You don't have to do it now. It's up to you. You can wait till we get to the Errol Spence topic that will be arriving here shortly. That's up to you. Either way is cool with me. All perspectives are welcome. Let's talk about it. Did y'all hear the audio that I just played? Come on in, grab a plate. I have some food that I want to serve you, some food for thought. Yo, did y'all hear the audio I just played? I'm going to play it again. But I just want to make sure that if you heard it already, that the audio is clear. This point right here is not going to take too long. I promise you that. Now, I know some people are probably asking themselves, why is no Nito Donaire image on the screen under snack nutrition Instagram page? Well, if you missed it the other day, I'm going to bring it back up if you missed it. Snack's Instagram page have their advertisement, right? But their actual website, which is where this article came from, is a screenshot. Yeah, I had this for years now. I did my homework for you. It's circled and highlighted. It says the date on there. The year is 2012. Okay. This is when Victor Conti told the reporters and journalists and even editors of newspapers, members of the media, etc., that there was breaking news on the horizon that Nonito Donaire is the first and only professional boxer that has agreed to undergo a new program through VADA. Of course, we know that VADA was a new organization that just formed, thanks to Victor Conti, Dr. Margaret Goodman, Flip Hermansky, and according to Victor Conti's words in the interview in 2011 that I've already published the other day, and of course 3 years ago, there's a world-renowned anti-doping expert. I know the gentleman that he was referring to, even though he didn't say his name. But the point I'm making is they formed VADA. And Victor Conti was an instrumental, key element and proprietor to help that organization form. Let's not mistake that. And I'm talking about Voluntary Anti-Doping Association. Now, with that being said, Victor Conti was here. And he actually reconfirmed what he said in 2012, where the reporters repeated and reported what he said without absolutely no verification. Nonetheless, it hit front page news. Now, when Victor Conti was here in December of 2023, I'm going to replay the audio, right? But stay with me, y'all. Please don't move. We're going to get to Errol Spence in 1 second. I'm laying the foundation here. Victor Conti was here. Some of you were here. The Roller Tape family, y'all were here when he was here. Remember, it was live. It was an impromptu interview. I had absolutely no knowledge or preparation for the interview. And when I say no knowledge, I mean I didn't get the heads up that he was coming. It wasn't organized. I was shooting off the hip, live, asking questions, asking follow-up questions, making statements, putting things on the screen, things that I wanted to always ask Victor Conti, things that I challenged him about the first time that he was here. He's never had anyone else challenge him in any interviews in his entire life in the sport of boxing or any other sport. Why? Because they did not know what questions to ask, because unfortunately, they didn't do enough research or due diligence. And quite frankly, I do have a gift. Thank the Lord. Thank you, God, for a gift that I do have. And I don't take it lightly, right? But the gift that I have may not be a gift that others have. Some people might just do surface research, right? But I dig deep. And that's not to pat myself on the back, because it's a gift and it's a curse, especially here on YouTube as a content creator or an influencer. But the point that I'm really trying to generate and provoke in your thought process is the fact that Victor Conti gained respect for me after the first time that he came over here and encountered me. His words, not mine. Victor Conti respected the fact that I knew what I was talking about. Now, of course, later on, he discovered that I had a 15-year head start on the interview. I told y'all before, some of you weren't here, but I told y'all before, growing up, I hated doing homework. I really did, genuinely. I really hated doing homework, y'all. Seriously. From elementary all the way to high school, I hated doing homework. Let me tell you why. Real quick. I'm going to tell you something personal about me. Most people don't know this on YouTube, but it's all good. I love having a connection with you all. So that's why I tell you certain personal experiences I had. But anyway, I have a total of 6 siblings. All right. 6 siblings. My mother gave birth to all 7 of us. In any event, I hated doing homework because in my neighborhood, which most of you know, I'm from the projects, I'm from the hood. I don't think like it, talk like it, or act like it anymore. But I used to have the mentality because I grew up in those conditions in that environment up until the point where I was a young adult. But all of my friends and neighbors and in my whole entire neighborhood, they were able to go in a house after school. Those that did go to school, they were able to go in a house right after school and just run right back out the house and play outside all day. Not me and my siblings. Yes, I was raised by a single mother. My mother was very tough on us. But the point that I'm making is my mother disciplined us, and I didn't like it. My mother had a rule that we all had to adhere to growing up. As soon as we get out of school and come home, we had a few minutes to digest. We had a few minutes to decompress. And after those few minutes elapsed and we digressed and decompressed, we had to literally sit at the dining room table or the living room, pull out our homework and complete our homework as a prerequisite or hall pass to play outside after school. And I hated doing homework because of it. Because all of my friends was able to go in the house, throw their book bag on the ground at home, and then run back outside and play. And long and behold, manager Marty and his siblings was in the house doing homework just to be able to say, Mom, the homework is complete. Mom, I might need help with this. But our homework had to be complete before we was able to play outside. And for that reason, I hated doing homework. And when I got to high school, I tried to find different methods to trick my mother into making her believe that I actually did my homework just so soon as I get in the house, I can take my book bag off and run back outside. And of course, you know that didn't work. And you know, when you got a black mother, I can't speak for no other culture or race. I'm talking about black mothers. I'm just saying. It's certain things you're just not going to get past black mama. That's all I'm saying. I tried it though. But the point that I'm really driving home is I hated doing homework. But when I became an adult and I started tapping into my resources and I started to discover my purpose in life, studying and doing homework was an essential ingredient to being effective and fulfilling my purpose, my God-given purpose. I said all that to say that by the time Victor Conti came and sat in front of me, even though it was unexpected, I didn't need to rehearse. I was already equipped and ready and prepared to talk to the man. And I had absolutely no knowledge that I would ever even meet him in person or on a stream or anything. When I was conducting research of him, Memo Heredia, and Alex Ariza for the past 16 years at that time that Victor Conti came to sit in front of me. I actually didn't even understand the impact that my interviews with Victor Conti would have long after the whole topic of snack was over. And once again, it created a life of his own. So I said all that to say that when Victor Conti came here, he made a reference about Nonito Donaire undergoing 24/7, 365 VADA testing in 2012, and he had absolutely no knowledge that I had a copy of the article. He had absolutely no knowledge that there were boxers that I managed when I was a professional boxing manager that have undergone the process of VADA, so I already know how it works. He had no idea that I knew more than what I led on as far as the audience members here on YouTube. And I never explained that when people used to ask me 3.5 years ago, hey man, yeah, Errol Spence lost to Terrence Crawford. And now all of a sudden you're using Terrence Crawford beating Errol Spence as an excuse by bringing up this snack program and Victor Conti and all of this stuff. And you never mentioned nothing about snack or Victor Conti or VADA testing before the fight. Some of you were here. Y'all remember that? My day one supporters was here 3.5 years ago when I first interjected this controversy in the boxing community. Y'all remember that? Mm-hmm. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Let me play what Victor Conti actually said about Nonito Donaire. 2012, 24/7, 365 VADA testing, and even Devin Haney and Terrence Crawford, and how it was so difficult for him to get his own snack fighters to undergo this process that he was trying to implement in boxing. I'm going somewhere with this. I need you all to stay right there with me. We're going to get to Errol Spence, the weight drain question versus Tszyu, the new weight clause that he just established with Tszyu just yesterday. We're going to get to all that. But I have to lay the foundation because I'm going somewhere with this. But before I play the audio again, let me give a shout out to my guy. He is definitely a #1 supporter here. Definitely day one. I mean, first time I started the channel, I remember the support from DC Geroy. Double salute to my guy, DC Geroy. Much love and respect to you, DC. I'm glad you're here, big dog. I appreciate your contribution and your support, not just to the channel, but to me personally. DC Geroy, drop that dime right in the super chat. He just warmed the air fryer up too, because it's going to get hot tonight. I promise y'all that. I ain't going to hold you too. Well, I hope I don't hold y'all too long, but we're going to have a great show today. I feel it. I promise you that. Thank you, DC. DC just said this. Here it is. Just got here, brother Marty. Haven't had the chance to see what you cooking yet, but here's a little something towards the groceries. Thank you, DC Geroy. Hey, DC, what I'm about to throw in the air fryer right now, I promise you're going to like this. When I look, I'm going to dump this right here, this little 24/7, 365 VADA testing. I'm about to drop this in the air fryer, and DC going to love this. I promise y'all that. Some of y'all going to love this. Where Jab Queen? I see you. Jab Queen going to love this. Watch how I drop this in. Ooh, watch how I drop this. Hey, watch how I drop this in the air fryer. Gabe Moore going to love this. MMPU7YR gonna love this. Hey, all things, I see you. All things gonna love this. Watch when I drop this in the Steve Maker gonna love this. Ghetto Fab 2 gonna love this. Oh my gosh, man. My guy here, Mr. Vegas. Mr. Vegas gonna love this. Speaking of Vegas, I met Mr. Vegas in Las Vegas. Me and Mr. Vegas bumped into each other. I didn't know who he was till he told me. And I remember some of y'all names in my chat, man. I love to meet y'all, man. For real. I appreciate y'all support and respect and your contributions and investing your time and just rocking out with me. I appreciate y'all, man. And ladies too. Tracy Mason, Hey, Tracy gonna love it. When I drop this in air fryer in a few seconds, woo-wee. Gonna love this. Here it is. I'm gonna play back what Victor said. I need y'all to turn your ears on. Turn them on. Because I don't want y'all to miss this. I'm about to show y'all why when people say, oh man, you hating on the Haneys. You hating on Devin the Bill Haney. You're hating on Terrence Crawford. You're hating on Clarissa Shields. I'm talking about the people that was mad because I was bringing up their favorite fighters. You know, sort of like, go and look at your screen. Timothy Bradley. When I talked about Shakur Stevenson getting his performances enhanced by Victor Conti when he joined Snack a couple years ago. Y'all see it on your screen. Timothy Bradley's, and I highlighted it for you because I used to hate doing homework. I love doing homework now. Timothy Bradley said, you have no proof. I hope you get sued. I'm going to show you why they hope I get sued. I'm going to show you why they keep telling you I don't have no proof. I'm about to show you right here. Bam. Go and look at your screen. We going right in. We going to get the Errol in a minute. We're going to get the Errol Spence in 1 second. But I have to do a continuation of this. I'm going to show y'all why. When Victor Conti was here, listen, I'm going to repost the whole interview. I promise you I'm going, not tonight though, not tonight. But when I do, because I did it before, but I'm going to do it again soon. But when I do, I want y'all to watch my facial expressions every time the man lied to me in my face. And this is one of them right here. No. I did a facial expression when the man was, you about to listen to it. But I want to show you something because I used to hate doing homework. I love homework now. So that's why I do my work and I show my work. So when I post it, you don't even have to search for it. I circled it right there. Go and look at your screen. Victor Conti came here, just so you know. If you wasn't here, that's cool. Watch this. Victor Conti came here live right here. This is the interview right here on your screen. He came here 2 days after Christmas in 2023, December the 27th, 2023. But 3 days later, because I posted about 3 or 4 videos in a matter of 3 or 4 days. Basically, they were clips and excerpts of the actual interview that I conducted with Victor Conti. But on the third day, which is December 30th, 2023, I published this. But he said it on December 27th. Y'all follow me? Stay right there. Don't move. I got something for you. I circled it for you. This is not AI. I don't even know how to do AI. There's nothing. Listen, there's nothing fake about me. This is not made up. This is real. This is a real screenshot. That's why I love putting the screenshot on the screen so you can fact check me, so that you can reference me. The title for this that I'm about to play, it's the actual video, but I'm going to play the audio. The title right there. Terrence Crawford and Devin Haney refused 24/7 testing. Victor Conti exposed his plan. There it is. So when you go on my channel, don't do it now. We're live now. I need your viewership because I want to make sure you get this. But when the live go off, all you got to do is type that title, or at least half of it. You can just Google it, and it's going to come up. Okay, I'm gonna play a portion of what he said to me and what I said to him. All right, we locked in. Somebody said we locked in. Hey, DC, I'll be down there soon. I might come down there tomorrow, DC. Don't. Hey, DC, don't. I come right back down to DC. I come down this weekend, bro. Anytime. Here it is. I circled it for you. This is when the video was published, December 30th, 2023. I got you, DC. I'm gonna hit you. I got you. All right, all things said, we locked in. Here it is. All right, listen to Victor. I need y'all to listen. Here it is. Bam. Hold on, let me get it queued up. Don't take my word for it. Roll the tape.
If what really needs to happen is 24/7, 365. Now, to start this movement, I basically paid for 2 of the 3 boxers that ever done this in history, $20,000 a piece out of my own pocket, trying to get this movement of 24/7, 365 started.
Stop. They told me in the chat they locked in. We about to find out now. Listen, I'm gonna give you a live experience when you come here. How many people did Victor Conti say he sponsored? If you missed it, don't worry about it. I'm gonna play it again. I need the chat to come. Oh my God, I'm gonna break this thing down, man. We're gonna get to Errol Spence in a minute. We're gonna get to Errol in a minute. I promise you. I love y'all, and I know you love me too, but I got to get the answer to this. How many, my God, how many fighters did Victor Conti tell me in December of 2023 that he actually sponsored $20,000 of his own money to undergo 24/7, 365 fighter testing? He just said it. I'm going to play it again. If you missed it, that's cool. I need the chat. If you're watching a replay of this live, put the number in the comments section and share this live with somebody that you know. Please. You know my channel is shadow banned. We need all the viewership here. All right, I see people telling me too. There it is. Be more finest. Salute to you. I see you, big dog. I see 2 in the live chat. Okay, I'm gonna play it again. Because I don't want nobody to miss this one. Here it is. Here it is. Stay with me. Here it is.
Yes.
Now, you said that in the tweet.
Because this is important.
All right.
If what really needs to happen is 24/7, 365. Now, to start this movement, I basically paid for 2 of the 3 boxers that ever done this in history, $20,000 a piece out of my own pocket, trying to get this movement of 24/7, 365 started. I offered this to Spence. I offered this to Haney. I offered this to Crawford. I could not get now. Understand that when I'm making this offer to them, they already have fights and they're already enrolled in VADA testing at that time. What I'm trying to get them to do is when that fight ends, to show the world that you're not on drugs, enter a 24/7, 365. Then when you fight a fighter coming up, then he has to join the pool, and hopefully you can get enough of these guys to get the movement started that you'll have some of the people that do make millions of dollars and can't afford to do it and want to help clean up the sport that will enroll in 24/7, 365. Now, even with me offering sponsorship, I have had a difficult time trying to get my own stack fighters to do what I'm telling you that I'm attempting to do.
Got you. So let's table that because I want to ask you about that. But I want the audience to understand what you mean when you said VADA's DCO representation came with Android at 10:30 at night and even 6:30 in the morning. Do they come to your house? Do they come to your gym?
No,
where did they come?
Yeah, they will come to the gym, but they came to the Marriott Hotel 4/10 of a mile down the block from Snack. They've come to the track, the Merritt track in Oakland, and tested Devin Haney there. So they come, typically if they can't find you at the location you say you're going to be, then they start calling people, and you've got the trainer, you've got the fighter, you've got, my name and phone number and addresses on a lot of these enrollment forms. Then they'll call me if they can't find them, because I try to herd them to VADA so that they can get their test done.
So when they came, so when they came to Andre, let's say 10:30 at night, I'm sure you probably wasn't there. Did Andre say, "Oh, Victor"? Did he call you and say, "Hey, they just got here"? Or they just?
Well, Andre Rozier, the trainer, was there and he was filming it and he was sending me pictures, so I knew when they were there. I got a video while they were doing it.
Got you. Now back to the cooperation. You said you can't even convince your own stack fighters to be a part of 365 24/7. Why won't they cooperate with you? I mean, you sound like you're the expert.
The argument that I hear is that when they don't want to do it when the other guy's not doing it. So if they know that, they can force the other guy through me paying for the testing, right? And a lot of times the promoter pays or the boxer pays themselves, but then they know that they're on a level playing field, whether it be 8 weeks or 12 weeks out. But trying to get these guys to to come out and say, here I am, I'm Nonito Donaire, that back in 2012, and no matter what anybody else in boxing does, I'm going to prove that I'm willing to be tested 24/7, 365. I have not had other boxers since Nonito, and then thereafter Edwin Rodriguez, that have been willing to do that.
Did y'all hear that? Let me see if the audio is clear. Can someone type in the live chat the letter Y that represents the word yes, or the letter N that represents the word no? In the comments section, if you're watching a replay of this live, I encourage your cooperation. Please participate. I appreciate your time. Did y'all hear that? I'm gonna ask the question. Oh, there you go. I didn't even know he was watching. I thought he was busy all day. Shout out to my guy, Big Lucky McKinnells is here. Day one support. Appreciate you, Lucky. Hey, let me ask y'all a question again, man, because Lucky just got here. Yo, how many fighters did Victor Conte say that he actually helped sponsor? Some of y'all answered it correctly earlier, but we got new audience members just jumping right in. They just got here. Thank you. I see y'all with the letter Y in the live chat. Appreciate you. How many, if you're watching the replay, please participate. How many fighters did Victor Conte say that he actually sponsored in the entire history of VADA testing from 2012 to 2023? He actually mentioned them by name at the end, and I will rewind it if you don't recall. Let me see. Okay, DC Giroy got it right. He said 2. Anybody else? Gabe, thank you, Gabe, said 2. Anyone else? Anyone else? He said 2. He's only had 2 professional boxers, 2 fighters from 2012 to 2023 that he actually sponsored, meaning he took out $20,000 of his own money that he extracted from his account and paid VADA on behalf of 2 fighters. So $20,000 for Nonito and $20,000 for Edwin Rodriguez. Somebody stop me when I'm lying. That's what he told me in December of 2023. Y'all got that? Okay. 2 professional boxers. Okay. All right. Now, that's what he told me on December the 27th of 2023. But of course, 3 days later, I published a video of it here, December 30th, 2023, which is on your screen, right? I circled it for you. I did my homework, showed my work, right? Okay, cool. Now, stay right there. Don't move. I got something for you. Bam. Go and look at your screen. You see, I used to hate homework. I used to hate studying. But see, what Victor Conte didn't know is that when he told me that on December the 27th, 2023, I already had the screenshot and the copy of the interview that he conducted on March the 25th, 2015. I had a copy of it in my vault through email. I pulled this one out the vault, y'all, 2 years ago, but I'm going to pull it out again because I'm going somewhere with this. We're going to get the Errol Spence weight drain in a second. Stay right there and don't move. And don't forget, the link is pinned to the top of the live chat. You can click it and join the show anytime. But see, Victor didn't know what I had. He had no idea that I already heard the interview that he did literally 12 years prior to him talking to me that day. So March of 2015, let's hear what Victor Conte said in this interview. You know what? I'm doing way too much talking. Don't take my word for it. Roll the tape.
And I said, you need to use the intelligence that you have and target test. Okay. So what is a good form of intelligence? How about that Victor Conti was, giving athletes PEDs? We know this. So I'm a person that should be target tested. Any athlete that works with me, I recommend that they do 24/7, 365 testing. I've sponsored more than 10 boxers who have done this sort of testing. So what I'm saying is somebody like a Memo Heredia who has...
Stop. We're the live chat when you need them. How many fighters did you just hear Victor Conti say that he sponsored to undergo 24/7, 365 back in 2015? Come on, if you're watching the replay of this, tell me in the comments section. I need the live chat to put your ears on today. How many? Come on, y'all. Talk to me. Talk to me. How many? My. You want me to believe Bill Haney? Talking about Devin Haney's in 24/7, 365. You want me to believe a tweet from Victor Conti saying that Devin Haney is 24/7, 365? You want me to believe a tweet from VADA themselves? Absolutely not. I already called them out on it. And I said this earlier, and I'm going to say it again. If you go on VADA's website today, there is no tab or table of contents that even says the word 24/7, 365 testing. It doesn't even have a picture of Devin Haney on there. No. The only reason I'm saying they don't have a picture of Devin Haney is because when I cracked the case wide open and I exposed the lie, that when the next day they came out and put this picture that's on your screen, they went and put this picture up there on the website. You know, Devin Haney's image, and then underneath it says VADA, November 19, 2024, year-round enrolled fighters. And he was the only one up there. They don't have it up there no more. Oh, okay. I know. Back to Victor Conti. I'm going to play that last piece again. Roll the tape.
They simply ignored what I've said. So I just, that's the sad part about all of this, is that until those that have the money and the power develop a genuine interest in catching these boxers and these other athletes in all sports, we're going to continue to have a rampant use of PEDs. I pointed to Major League Baseball with the use of synthetic testosterone, and I went on the record, and in the following year, they had more than 10 positive drug tests. Listen, this is what when I criticized WADA, and I said, you need to use the intelligence that you have and target test. Okay. So what is a good form of intelligence? How about that Victor Conti was, giving athletes PEDs? We know this. So I'm a person that should be target tested. Any athlete that works with me, I recommend that they do 24/7, 365 testing. I've sponsored more than 10 boxers who have done this sort of testing. So what I'm saying,
I've sponsored more than 10 boxers that have done this sort of testing. He's referring to 24/7, 365 testing. He used the same term that he used when he talked to me, sponsor, meaning he actually extracted money from his bank account and used his own financial resources, his own monetary resources of what he told me was $20,000 per fighter, right? Okay. What's wrong with this picture, y'all? What's wrong with this picture? See, in 2015, he told a totally different interviewer that came to his office to interview him that he sponsored more than 10 boxers. He didn't say 10 athletes. He said he sponsored more than 10 boxers. Now, remember, VADA came into play in 2012. Just like in 2012, go on and look at your screen again. Bam. That's when the articles were written based on Victor Conti's words to journalists and reporters that Nonito Donaire, this is in 2012, I circled it and highlighted. It might be too small. That's fine. You probably can't see it, but if you zoom in when the live is off, or you can actually zoom in if you're using your phone, you'll see the date on there. But he told the reporters, the journalists, the chief editors and editors of these newspapers and members of the media that Nonito Donaire was the first sponsored athlete to undergo 24/7, 365 VADA testing. He told me that he sponsored Nonito, and he also told me he sponsored Edwin Rodriguez. Okay. He said he sponsored 2 fighters when he talked to me in 2023. Yeah, but 12 years before that, in 2015, he said he sponsored more than 10. Which one is it? Interesting. You want me to forget when someone lies to my face? It's never going to happen. I don't know what's worse, y'all. This is just a personal sidebar. I don't know what's worse, a person lying to me or a person lying on me. Because they both going to get the same reaction. Now, just wanted to point that out for those people that wanted to understand why I say what I say about 365, 24/7 testing, and you know, I'm hating on all these guys and blah, blah, blah. Yeah, right. Can't get mad because I'm catching people in their lies. You can't get mad at me because when somebody lies and I have proof that they're lying and then I come back and expose it, you can't get mad at me when I try to talk to Bill Haney and at the mere mention of my name, he runs from me. I just wanted to ask him a question. Remember, I played the audio of that earlier, and I told y'all about that movie, Minister Society. Remember that? Remember I told you about that movie when they kept playing the tape? Remember, y'all, they kept playing the tape? And I told y'all, it makes me feel like every time I do a live, I want to play that tape. I want to play the tape. We're going to get to Errol Spence in 1 second. Click the link if you want to join the show. Link pinned to the top of the chat. I flew the kite out early on. Man, since DC Jeroy here, man, I got to give DC something. DC might like this. He might have missed this earlier. Let me get us to DC real quick. Hold up. Where my other? There it is. Roll the tape. Hey, DC, I don't know if you heard this one before, but here it is.
Do you have any more questions, Rapstar? Brim? No, we catch up with you. No, okay. Peace. Oh, yeah, somebody else is here, Bill. Okay, come on with it. It's Manager Marty, a guy called Manager Marty. No, I ain't fucking with Marty. All right, well, Bill, we catch up then, Bill. I don't fuck with let me tell you, I don't fuck with Marty walking, riding, or sliding, man. I'm out of here. All right, Bill, so we'll catch up then. Later.
Manager Murray go straight into the snack.
He had to go.
You gonna ask him about snack?
Hello, can y'all hear me?
Yo, what's happening, Manager Marty?
Hey, man, I'm doing good this morning. Appreciate everybody, man. Hey, Rapstar, man, thank you for having me on. Where did Bill Haney go, man?
Yeah, he said he got business to handle, bro.
No, I mean, I'm not going to troll him. I promise you. I'm not here to troll. I'm for real this time. I'm not trolling. I wanted to ask him a question. Where did he go at, man?
Yeah, he said he's going to handle business now.
And you know what's crazy about that, y'all? Rapstar, that was a UK platform. Rapstar Boxing, he's the host. I don't know his name, but him. Y'all heard his voice? The one that said he said he's going to go handle business. Here's the thing about that, and I said this earlier. I'm going to say it again. Bill Haney told them that I guess he told him he's going to handle some business or whatever, right? But Bill Haney ran from me and then jumped in the live chat trying to have a conversation with me and throw all these shots at me. Nah, bro, you should have stayed right there and let me ask you the question I wanted to ask you. But nah, he ran. You see? These guys don't want to talk to me, DC Jeroy. Gabe Moore, they don't want to talk to me. P Flame, they don't want to talk to me. I just want to talk about boxing. Little old me. I see Jab Queen in the back. Hold on, Jab Queen. I'm gonna let you on, but I gotta play that last piece. I feel like that episode. I mean, not episode. That scene in Menace to Society when they kept playing the tape over and over. I ain't gonna play it no more after this, but I gotta play it one more time. Then we gonna let Jab Queen come on. Oh, hit it.
Do you have any more questions, Rapstar? I mean, Brim? No, we catch up with you. No, okay. Peace. Oh, yeah, somebody else is here, Bill. Okay, come on with it. It's Manager Marty, a guy called Manager Marty. No, I ain't fucking with Marty. All right, well, Bill, we catch up then, Bill. I don't fuck with, let me tell you, I don't fuck with Marty walking, riding, or sliding, man. I'm out of here. All right, Bill, so we'll catch up then. Later.
Manager Murray go
Manager
straight
Marty,
to the snack.
he had to go.
You gonna ask him about snack.
Hello, can y'all hear me?
Yo, what's happening, Manager Marty?
Hey, man, I'm doing good this morning. Appreciate everybody, man. Hey, Rapstar, man, thank you for having me on. Where did Bill Haney go, man?
Yeah, he said he got business to handle, bro.
No, I mean, I'm not going to troll him. I promise you. I'm not here to troll. I'm for real this time. I'm not trolling. I wanted to ask him a question. Where did he go at, man?
Yeah, he said he's going to handle business now.
Yo, every time every time I hear this video, man, it makes me laugh. I just want to talk boxing, man. Damn. Oh, man, that boy was like, I ain't effing with Marty. Here's the thing that was made it so funny, y'all, because Bill Haney said, all right, y'all, I'm out. And then the guy said, we have one more question. And Bill said, all right, bring it on. Let's go. I'm all for it. And then at the mention of my name, my God, that grown man ran. All that rolling around on the ground he did with Tiger Johnson in them. But he ran all over a question I wanted to ask that man. My God, why they keep being scared, man? Dang. Yeah. Woo, my God. Hey, Jab, where we get Jab on there? Hey, Jab Queen, you there?
Yeah.
You sound a little low. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Oh, now I can hear you. What's going on, girl? How are you?
Hey, what's going on?
I'm chilling.
Nothing much. Nothing much.
Ain't seen you in a while. Good to see you always. I'm sorry. Say it again.
Can you hear me better now?
Oh, yeah, absolutely better now. Yes.
Sorry, I have my headphones down.
Yeah, I was saying it's good to see you. I haven't seen you in a while. How you been?
I've been good. How you been?
I've been doing wonderful. Just working on my schedule conflicts, but I'm here.
Yeah, trust me, I know the feeling. But yeah, I too have been very entertained by the back and forth with the Haneys and Ryan online. But like you said, they're doing more fighting on X than they are in the ring. So we
Yeah.
shall see. We shall see. Monday is the, I guess, deadline for Keyshawn and Devin before they
Mm-hmm.
go to first bid. So Devin has a
Mm-hmm.
decision to make if he hasn't made it already, and we'll see what happens. If
That
he's
is
going
true.
over to the Zuffa or what he got going on. But
Yeah.
I know you did. Did you do the video about when that? Yeah, you did because I watched it. When Devin admitted that he wasn't tested, or at least he thought he
Yes, I
wasn't
did a
tested.
live. Yeah, I did a live
Mm,
on it the other day. Yep.
that was interesting.
Yes, indeed. And whatever decision Devin is going to make, he better make it quick because he has to pay
Yeah.
$20,000 per month in child support payments.
Yes.
So he
Yes.
better hurry up now.
Yes. He
Hurry up
does.
now.
He does.
Well, since you're here, let's do a quick transition. Errol Spence, he gets to Australia, and I actually think he should have been there 2 weeks ago, but who am I? I'm just a boxing manager.
Right.
Well,
Right.
retired. But I thought he should have went over there maybe 2 weeks ago. Give himself a little bit more time, but whatever. But he gets over there the other day, and just as of yesterday, he requested through his representation to reach out to Tszyu, which obviously they're represented by the same entity, to ask Tszyu would he have a problem with not fighting at the contractual weight limit of 158 pounds, but actually just making it 160 pounds.
Mm-hmm.
Um, of course, that was a catch weight from the middleweight limit.
Right.
So they were trying to stay in between, junior middleweight at 154 and, of course, middleweight 160. So that's where they came up with the 158. But Errol Spence needs 2 more pounds, and we're already literally a week out from fight night.
Let me
The
ask
fight
you
is actually
something then.
next weekend.
Yeah, next Saturday. So let me ask you something. How do you think he looks and sounds? How does he look and sound to you?
To me, to me, I was
Yeah.
I was going to wait until this week to speak on it, but since you asked me
Oh,
and we're
okay. All
live,
right.
no, you asked me live. We're gonna get the people live. The way Errol looked to me, um, in the ring when he's doing focus mitts, and I can only go by the videos that been posted so far with him, Ronnie Shields, the little reels on social media. Um, I see his hands moving, and I said this before, but I'm gonna go deep now. But I see his hands moving. But in the fight, I want to see his head moving. In the fight, I want to see his feet moving because those are the two um weaknesses that he actually have. So as far as what I see him doing the same routine that I've seen him do before in the gym, which is typical and standard of all fighters when they're on the focus mitts or when they're hitting the heavy bag. Because of course, as you know, as the audience members know, as fans of boxing know, you can look good with the focus mitts, a speed bag, and the noodles, and even the heavy bag. Want to know why? Because it's not hitting you back. There's
Right.
nothing coming back at you, right? Um, so what I see is the same old Earl. But let me take it a step further to answer your question about how does he sound to me. The way he sounds to me, and this I'm not a medical um practitioner. Of course, we all know that, but I've been around this game a very long time. And he sounds like to me that he's in the preliminary stages of being punch drunk. And I could be
Right.
wrong. I could be wrong. I was going to wait till next week to speak on that. But I will also say that I didn't notice it just today or yesterday or last week. He's been sounding like that since the car wreck. I don't know if people picked
Mm-hmm.
up on that, right? Because what
Mm-hmm.
it is when a fighter or anybody, but I'm just going to use a fighter, professional boxer, uh, when they get punch drunk, it's not like they talk regular today and then tomorrow they're just punch drunk. No, it's a process that they go through. It's subtle things that most people overlook because they sound the same. I mean, sound I mean in the voice, right? Like if you listen to guys like a Riddick Bowe, his voice sounds exactly the same, like voice
Mm.
wise. You listen to Sugar Shane Mosley Senior, um, his voice sound the same, but if you listen to them talk long enough, you will discover that there's something off. Of course, it's more obvious in Riddick Bowe compared to Sugar Shane Mosley Sr., but
Right.
at the same time, I think that he suffered some injuries, neurologically speaking, in a car crash that he had. And I'm talking about the first one, not the second one, the life altering one. Um, but he definitely give me vibes that he's in the preliminary stages of being punch drunk. Absolutely. Me personally, my
Mm.
personal observation. What do you see, or what do
Yeah.
you see and hear?
I do too. I was mainly concerned with his speech, and I think that I got because obviously he's been out away from the spotlight for quite some time, so I didn't pick up on it right away. But when he did that interview with Andre Ward, I noticed that he was like kind of slurring. He mentioned the fight with Pacquiao that he never had. He said a couple of other things that just kind of had me scratching my head, like, is EJ okay? And then I mentioned how he looked because I did catch the interview that Ronnie Shields did with um oh God, I can't think of that man's name. But anyway, he has a podcast, and he was talking about taking it back to the fundamentals. I guess stripping him of everything that he learned with, Derek James and trying to, I guess, recreate or rebuild him. And I'm like, right before a fight, like I don't know if that's smart, but I did too see the videos. I mean, in the videos, he looks like he's strong. He looks like he's, you know, focused, I guess, but it just seems a little delayed to me. Like I can't quite put my finger on it, but as you said, he does seem a little like he has slightly, you know what I mean? I don't want to say it, but you're right. I think he's a little punch drunk, but he just seems like a little off to me. He's not like good, good, good. It's more like good, good, good. You know what I mean? Like it just seems like a little delayed. Like
Hmm.
he's not I don't know, honestly 100% cognitive in all the situations, but we will see. I can't
Yep.
lie and say that I'm not a little nervous for this fight. Not that I think Tim Tszyu is any type of world beater, but he has been active, um, and he is durable. And EJ is coming off the couch 3 years. I understand all that pad work and that mid work, but like you pointed out, they don't hit back. So I'm very intrigued to see this fight. The switch to 160 at the last minute, I found interesting. I also found it interesting that Tim Tszyu switched his trainer at the last minute. So I found that a little interesting too. Um, and I think they just told EJ that like when they got there, but he just switched his trainer too. I forgot that man's name. That's going to be training him now. Oh my God, what is that man's name? Anyway, he has a new trainer. Follow him over, I guess, overseas. That came over there with him, but he's training with somebody new too. It's not going to be the regular trainer that he normally has.
Hmm.
So I thought that was a little interesting. But yeah, I think that's a accurate assessment. He seems a little punch drunk.
Hmm. I will tell you
I don't
that
know.
Errol Spence he's lost a step after
Mhm.
the after the car after the car accident, the first one, right? I um I was at the fight ringside
Okay.
um in Texas. Obviously I was still living there then. And Errol Spence fought Danny Garcia, AT&T Stadium, where the Cowboys play.
Mhm.
I was
Mhm.
ringside, and I saw from the first round, I knew that his timing was off. He looked um, delayed. His footing
Mhm.
was off. He was still looking like Errol, but he was not 100% for that fight against Danny Garcia. And this is not a
Mhm.
knock on my guy Danny. Everybody know I'm really cool with Danny, but not to say that you couldn't beat a unhealthy or a non 100% Spence. No, it was just it's Errol Spence, right? And you have to still be cautious when you're in there with a
Right.
big puncher like him. But at the
Mhm.
same time, I looked at that fight. I was sitting right there, ringside, and I knew it from the first round. He's delayed. I knew it that
Mhm.
his footwork was not there, and he was winging it through that fight. I saw that with my own eyes. Not only that, but that was the same night that I met Terrence Crawford for the first and only time. People like DC Giroy, who just joined the panel, he knows this because he was here from day one, and some other people that were here when I came back from that fight, and I was just getting on YouTube and everything. About a year and a half a little later, I started the YouTube channel and I put pictures up that I took with Terrence Crawford, and that was actually the time when I met Terrence Crawford, and I actually told Terrence Crawford what to do because at that time he was going through it with Top Rank, and um, I told Terrence Crawford, if you believe that um, Top Rank or Bob Arum or any executives are over there
Mhm.
standing in the way for you getting the biggest payday to feed your family, to fight Errol Spence, because that's why he was there to see how Errol looked. You don't
Right.
need to resign with them. Now, I never told Terrence Crawford I was a manager. I never told him anything. I was just talking to him as if I was a regular fan of boxing. I told him that. And guess what? A year later, Terrence Crawford did not resign with Bob Arum. Now, to my surprise, he used racism as a reason, and I didn't agree with that
I
at
about to
all.
say he sued him. He sued them. Yeah.
Yep, and he lost that lawsuit, by the way.
Mhm.
And he had to and the thing was, you know, ever since then, Terrence Crawford wasn't listening to me through the videos that I was publishing on YouTube. Like I said, a year and a half later, as particularly, and DC Jeroy is a witness of this too, when I was telling him he needed to get representation because he was being too cocky and arrogant, talking about, hey, I talk to the big wigs myself. I don't need no manager. I don't need this. I don't need nobody to represent me. I'll just go in there and just, use my
Wing
little
it.
bit of knowledge and wing it. And I told everybody here on YouTube that Terrence Crawford cannot out negotiate Steven Espinosa, the executive of Showtime, who was obviously in control of streaming and broadcasting the fight, nor can he out negotiate the great Al Heyman, who's representing Spence. And he didn't listen to me, and the fight never happened. And then they went on, to do the sneaky thing that they did to get David Ebenezer off the card. He was the main event in another country, and within 2 weeks he was off of that card, killed that whole card over there, and 8 fighters did not get paid because they couldn't compete because the main event pulled out. And then, long and behold, David Ebenezer made his way over here to Nebraska, and he fought Terrence Crawford, which was Terrence Crawford's second fight with the snack program. And we saw the results in that fight. In the 6th round, he knocked David Ebenezer out unconsciously with one punch, something Terrence Crawford never done in his whole career. So, I'm bringing this up to you, Jab Queen, because you wasn't here. And that was the timeline and the sequence of events that led up to me, meeting Terrence Crawford. But it was at that actual fight when Errol Spence fought Danny Garcia, and I knew something was wrong with him. And I'm going to say this on the record, then I'm going to let DC Jeroy chime in. I'm going to know everything I need to know about what condition Errol Spence is in the first round. In the first round, I'm going to find out everything I need to know. No question about it. DC Jeroy, what's up, big dog?
What's going on, brother? How you feeling?
Man, I'm feeling good, man. Good to see you as always, my man. Always, man.
Same. I've been laying low for a minute, man, taking care of some things down here on this side, but it's always good to be with you, brother.
Yes, sir, man. DC, man, we like family, bro. There's talks, whispers, and I'm saying whispers because, of course, my classic line is you ain't gonna find us nowhere else. But I'm still on the inside on certain topics when it comes to the sport of boxing, even though I'm not hands-on as a manager anymore. And I'm getting phone calls that Errol Spence is having some weight issues. You know what I mean? And these phone calls are not coming from people in my city, of course. These are phone calls from Vegas and even in Texas, right? And so that's why I put the word weight drain in cap letters to galvanize people to click the link of watching this live broadcast. But the contractual agreed weight was 158 pounds between him and Tszyu. But he goes over to Australia, and like I said, I wish he would have just went over there about 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks to a month before the fight. Me personally, with my experience as a boxing manager and managing fighters who had to go to other countries, you know what I mean? You can't go over there a week and a half. It's just you just gotta go over there a couple of weeks or a month before, But now he's asking Tszyu through his representation to just make the weight 160. They basically, wanted to change the weight, and Tszyu agreed. So they both going to come in to weight at 160 pounds. I mean, what's your take on all this a week before the fight, man?
Yeah, first of all, I agree with you. I do think, especially for Errol Spence coming back after such a long layoff, I think you and we had this conversation when he was going into the Terrence Crawford fight, which is, every advantage that Spence had, he basically squandered away and gave to Bud. And so one of the things about Earl that some people can appreciate up to a degree, or some things that I can appreciate up to a degree, is, he he likes to stand on the business of, I don't need any handouts, no handicaps. And so I think in his mind, going over within the time that he went over, was good enough, and he's back where he needs to be. I agree with you. I think he needed to be over there at least 2-3 weeks, if not a month ahead of time. But that kind of leads me to some of the concerns, right, that you and Jab Queen was talking about. First, well, let me address the question about the weight. I think it only makes sense. I think they should have started with the 160 off the bat. I mean, if you have 158, it's not for a belt. So, I mean, what's the 2 pounds going to hurt anybody, right? And so you should have just went on and jumped on the 160 at first, off the bat. But be that as it may, we're here now. But I think there's a bigger topic on the table that's not being discussed, right? Which is, when he was talking to SOG in his interview, Earl said something that was jaw dropping, but also kind of indicative of where his movement and his language has been. You probably remember, Marty, he said that he was thinking about retiring as he was sitting here talking to SOG, and this might be his last fight. And you know better than anybody that got their foot halfway in the door and halfway out the door, especially in this business that's called boxing, right? Because you don't play boxing, you already setting yourself up for a bad day again. So I got to question where he is mentally, and especially coming back with this fight at this time. Now, I'll say this in closing. One of the things, I mean, I appreciate and I love boxing, right? And one of the things that I've always appreciated about Errol Spence was the point that I just made. He's a guy that never looked for any handouts or handicaps, right? He did what he said and said what he was going to do and stuck to it. And that's rare in any aspect of life, including boxing. So whenever you see a cat that stand on business like that, you can appreciate him regardless, whatever the outcome is. And so, seeing him come back and say, no tune-ups, and, this is what I wanted to do when I wanted to do it, and things of that nature, I can respect all of that. That's being, that's Earl being true to himself. But when you sit down and tell me that, you thinking about retiring right now as we speaking, I don't know. I mean, I do know what to do with that. Kind of like I don't know what to do with it, but on a low, for real, I do know what to do with that. I think I need to go ahead and start counting you out, because you done already counted yourself halfway out. You know what I'm saying? So that was the thing that kind of jumped out to me about that interview among some of the other stuff.
Oh yeah. Totally agree with you, DC. I mean, we've seen this movie play out several different times in the sport of boxing, where a fighter is saying the words retire when they have a fight coming up. I mean, we've seen this more notably with Tank Davis. If you all remember, Tank Davis used the same word retire right before he fought Lamont Roach, and that was in the buildup of the actual Lamont Roach fight. And then when he got in there, and this is just off my observation, and I called this out the next day in my live, that he looked like he mentally checked out in certain portions of the fight with Lamont Roach mentally. And I spoke on that. And like you just said, DC, you can't be halfway in with 1 foot and then halfway out and still be expected to give 100%, especially in that boxing ring. And like you talked about too, DC, I agree with you. Spence don't do handouts or handicaps. I mean, he's the king of no tune-ups. right? Because I actually think that it would have been a good fight for Earl had he kind of had a little tune-up, right? Right?
Like who?
Not
Like who? Keith Thurman?
no, sir. No, sir. The Keith Thurman is a former world champion, you know,
But he
a
been out.
former unified world champion.
But Keith Thurman been on the shelf. He hasn't been busy and active. I know Sebastian kind of gave him a bad day, but prior to the Sebastian fight, he been on the shelf a little bit too.
I agree. But then to me, it's like when I think of tune-up, right? I think of, and I can't even think of somebody now. I think of a fighter, and I'm sure as I'm describing it, I might think of somebody, but I think of a fighter who can be durable, give you that work as a fighter, get some rounds under your belt, right? See what's working, see what's not working, see how you're going to react after absorbing punches. And we're talking about after experiencing the trauma that an Errol Spence, you know, endured. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And if you really look at the totality of what Errol Spence endured, we got to take it all the way back from the time that the car accident occurred. Because if you go back before that, we can all look at the fact that Errol's, yes, and we know this public knowledge, that he did have, you know, problems with alcohol, right? So that was one major concern, one major hurdle. But the car accident happens, and then you know, we talking about a Manny Pacquiao fight where that had to get postponed because he had to go get eye surgery, right? And then now while he's in recess getting the eye surgery, because remember he had a torn retina in his eye because he failed a physical leading up to that fight,
right?
That's for the Pacquiao fight, right? Yep.
Right.
So it gave Ugas an opportunity to compete and fight for that title against Pacquiao. And then of course, surprisingly enough, Ugas wins the fight. Now the thing about it is Errol gets in there with Ugas, right? So we already got the surgery on the eye. We already had everything happen with the car accident, and you know surgeries had to happen for Errol, and you know not just dental surgery on his face and stuff, right? Then now you're talking about him. Yes, he has all the belts except for one, right? It's like, all right, but he still had the drinking issues going on, right? Then he gets into a fender bender in his bulletproof Rolls Royce. You remember that? On the same night that Terrence Crawford was scheduled to fight David Ebenezer.
And hurt his leg.
Hurt his leg. Then you fast forward to that, and then now we've just found out recently when he goes on Andre Ward's interview in that podcast, and he says that he suffered a rib injury and didn't spar for 6 weeks. This is 8 weeks prior to the actual fight with Bud Crawford, right?
Hey, but brother Mark, real quick, if my memory serves me correctly, I thought he had 2 eye surgeries. After
yes, I was going to bring it up.
Right?
I was I was going to bring that up.
Okay.
Yep, I was going to bring that up. So yeah, so he had the rib injury. So now there's no sparring at all after that second week, according to what Derek James said, according to what Spence said as well. Now you go in there with Terrence Crawford, and you're in there with this guy no more than 9 rounds and taking a pummeling, a beating, a bad one physically.
Yeah.
Then after the fight, having to get another eye surgery. So when you look at the totality of all of the wear and tear that has been on Errol Spence's body, and I'm including the drinking, I'm including the accident, I'm including 2 surgeries with his eye, I'm including the rib injury, I'm also including the damage that he suffered physically in the fight with Terrence Crawford, and then you talking about you want to fight somebody that's not a tune-up, because let's be clear on the timeline. Before this fight even was announced between Errol Spence and Tszyu, remember, if memory serves me correctly, and Jab Queen and DC, y'all can correct me if I'm wrong. As soon as Sebastian Fundora won against Tszyu, Errol Spence jumped in the ring. Is that accurate? Am I accurate on that?
Very accurate.
So he jumped in the ring, sort of like he jumped in the ring after, Sean Porter beat Danny Garcia, right? Sort of how Pacquiao jumped in the ring after, Errol Spence beat Mikey Garcia. We know this is customary and standard of PBC fighters to jump in the ring to let the fans know, hey, this is just the appetizer. We getting this thing on next, right? So Errol Spence got in the ring as if he was ready to fight Sebastian Fundora or Tszyu, but it just so happened that Sebastian won, right? And so now you got Sebastian Fundora against Tszyu. Sebastian wins, take the title. Then all of a sudden, they're supposed to have a rematch. Eventually, they do have the rematch, and Sebastian Fundora wins again. And then, of course, we know that Tszyu lost several of his fights. So it's like, in Spence's mind, this is the best tune-up there is without it being a tune-up, right? So even in that, though, make no mistake about Tszyu, and I said this the other day, and I'm going to emphasize this more when we come back next week to do the breakdown of the fight. Tszyu is not playing with Errol Spence. Tszyu fought, and I have to bring this up. I think this is as equally as important. Tszyu fought 7 times in the past 3 years. Starting in 2023, he did fight in June, right before Errol fought Crawford, but he fought a couple months after that in October of 2023, and he's been on a run for the past 3 years. So 7 times he fought in the past 3 years since Errol Spence fought. That disadvantage for Errol Spence alone can be very dangerous for him in this fight.
True. Very well stated.
Yeah, ring rust is a real thing,
Do y'all think, real quick, Jab Queen, I'll start with you. Do you think that this is, because of course somebody can come out and say, oh man, it's only 2 pounds, right? Do you think this is something that Errol Spence fans, or even those that are going to purchase this pay-per-view, or fans of boxing in general, or the boxing community in general, do you think that this is something that we all should be concerned about, with Errol Spence requesting the extra 2 pounds a week before the fight? Or this is just 2 pounds, so it's no big deal to you? What do you think?
I think it's definitely a cause for concern. My real thoughts was that it was done strategically, because how long did you know that you were going to ask for those extra 2 pounds? You know what I mean? Moreover, I think it's like mind games, right? And I only say that because didn't he miss one of their face to faces? Not one of the face to face, but they were like doing the internet, the Zoom back and forth. He missed one of those.
He didn't go. Yeah, he didn't go.
Yeah, he didn't go. So I don't know if he's like playing mind games, or, you know what I'm saying? It's definitely intriguing.
Yeah. The reason I would say, or the reason that I think there's room to be concerned there, Brother Marty, is not necessarily because of the 2 pounds, but more so, to me, what that expresses is the potential of lack of focus and discipline, right? And so you're coming back, obviously 147 was draining you. 154 was where you were claiming and touting that you was going to come back. You decided to come back 4 pounds above that. And he's communicating, right? Even to Andre Ward, he feels good at that weight, that size. And so to me, I wonder, it made me immediately question, where is his focus? Where is his discipline? And if those things aren't firing on the cylinders that they need to be, then what should I expect for the fight, right? And so that's the reason why, for me, I'm looking at it like, what's going on here? Not as much as the 2 pounds.
Yeah, I'm starting to think, and I could be wrong in my assessment, but I have to go back to what Errol Spence said himself when he was talking to Andre Ward. I mean, he told us straight up that he knew going into this fight with Terrence Crawford, he knew that he wasn't 100%, but he also knew that he was going to get his behind whipped. He knew that he was going to take a beating. And he said, look, it is what it is. I'm going to try to do what I can and just wing it. We'll roll the dice and see what happens. We know there's a risk involved anyway, but now it's a greater risk because I had no proper training due to an injury. And his main focus was the money.
Yeah. Clearly.
I mean, it just straight up is like too much money to turn down. I got to feed my family. I got bills. Whatever his situation is, it was money. And I call it blood money because he actually could have postponed it and said, look, I have a legitimate injury and I would rather get in the ring 100% because I know I can beat Crawford. But, but when people have money problems or when they're looking for money at a time where they are in need of it, or when they mismanage money, or when they're just flat out greedy. I'm not saying Spence is either one of those. I'm just saying these are the motivating factors for people to defy, wise counsel. When money is on the line, it's like, look, it is what it is. I gotta go get that. It is what it. Listen, it is what it is. I got a family. I have bills. I have expenses. Man, look, I gotta get that. And I also want to bring up this. Errol Spence paid a lot of money for those surgeries, for the reconstruction of certain parts of his face, right? The dental is really not too big of an expense for Errol, but we don't know how many times he had to keep going back, right? Everything probably didn't happen in one shot. Usually those type of surgeries don't, right? And so all of that costs money, right? He's been out the ring at this point, for 3 years. That's really a long time not to get a check when you used to getting the check, right? That's a long time. And I brought that up because I don't want that to be the motivating factor for him to have 1 foot in and 1 foot out to say, look, I'm low on funds right now. I know I got one more fight left in me. I get this big payday, cash out, retire, and do what I do after that. I hope this is not that, but he is 36 years old, Jab Queen in DC. He's 36,
Yeah, that's my only reservation. Like we said, the inactivity, his age, he just doesn't even look. I was watching a video with him. He got off the plane. It just doesn't. He kind of looks like he's not even really mentally there. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I hear him at the press conferences, and I've seen him when they did the sit down with Sean Porter and all that. But he just doesn't. I don't know. He doesn't give me that same fire. There's no fire in his eyes.
Brother Marty, man, that's the real discussion to be had, right? Like, why is he doing this? And I was waiting for you to ask that question because, I mean, all indicators point to it's a money grab, right? He made some statements like, he still haven't spent the Terrence Crawford check or money yet. He's a couple of checks he haven't touched and things of that nature. And that sounds fine and well. I don't even debunk the fact that those things aren't true. But in that same conversation, he referenced on different occasions going into the Terrence Crawford fight, right? He didn't want to postpone it because he didn't want to deal with the backlash through social media and on the internet of people thinking that, he really didn't want to fight, which was all about really in his, it created an opportunity and a narrative for him to look like noble, right? And so, oh man, even though he was going through this and that, he still took the fight. But I think in his mind all along, it was definitely about the money. And I don't even have to think that, he said it. And so the fact that it just happened to be convenient as hell that he could say, I didn't want to push it back 3 months, when I think anybody with sound reasoning would say, why not? Right? Like, your record, your reputation has never shown or proven that you are a guy to be, BSing or running from people. So while people may say that, and Earl is a guy that knows the fans gonna say whatever, but at the core of who you presented yourself to be, you never came across or shown that you this guy that played games. And so postponing for 3 months to get yourself straight was the smarter thing to do. But he didn't want to jeopardize anything going wrong or being exposed within those 3 months. And so I think it all is boiling down to just the fact that, it's the money grab. And I do think this is his last fight. He's put all of us on cue. That man already got 1 foot in, 1 foot out. I don't know. We're gonna see how I feel after this fight. I'm taking it fight by fight and all that. That's not the mentality or the aura of a boxer, right? That's the mentality or the aura of someone who's looking, to get paid and ride off into the sunset. And so I think that's the hardcore reality of where we are with Errol Spence right now.
Yeah. And
Yeah, I agree.
That's unfortunate,
Yeah.
I guess we'll find out next Saturday. But speaking of that card, Jamal Charlo is not going to be on that card. We're still waiting on information about Stephen Fulton. I know that originally they were having passport issues, and I just saw online now Jamal Charlo said that he won't be making it to his fight next Saturday. So I'm not sure what they're going to do about the undercard of that fight. I was kind of looking forward to seeing how he looked as well back in the ring after so much inactivity. So.
Yeah, because he got 3 years off too, right?
Well, no, he fought last year, Thomas Lamana, on the Caleb
Oh, I'm
Plant
sorry, that's his
undercard.
brother. I'm talking. That's Jamel. I
Yeah.
apologize. That's
hmm
Jamel.
Well,
Yeah.
I always
wasn't
get them
Jamal?
confused too.
Did Jamal? I thought Jamal was dealing with some legal issues as well, though. Is that not true?
I don't know about that. I just know that he was not denied. He was denied a passport, so he won't be making it to Australia, probably because of legal issues. That makes sense.
Yeah, I thought he was dealing with some. I could be completely wrong, but I thought he was dealing with some legal issues.
That might have something
hmm
to do with it. I know for sure here in America, and I'm definitely not saying this is the case, but here in America, if anyone, and I'm not saying mother or father, but anyone who owes a certain amount, a very small amount too, of child support payments, they will deny your passport. I can
Yeah,
assure you of that. I'm
yeah,
not saying that's Charlo problem. I'm saying I know anything regarding family court, criminal court, civil
Yeah.
court, anything that has the word court in it, family court, civil court, criminal court. Oh, you'll have some problems with your passport. I mean, look, Bill Haney had problems with his passport when Devin Haney was going over to fight what's his name over there? That kid
Lomachenko.
Cambosis.
Oh,
No,
I
that's the
mean,
kid.
yeah, George
Yeah, he
Campbell.
fought Cambosis. George Cambosis,
Yeah, he
right?
did go over there. He
Mm-hmm.
did go. Yeah, he went over there.
Yeah, because he's from
It's,
Australia too, right?
yeah,
They have strict guidelines over there. They
yeah.
have strict guidelines over there. Yeah.
The one hit
Yep.
wonder.
Yeah.
Um.
So I don't know.
So let me ask you, and Brother Marty, I know you did a show that I missed where, and not necessarily trying to relitigate the Derrick James and all of that stuff, but
Mm-hmm.
the information that came out about not training who's supposed to get or be responsible for sparring partners, kind of like the aspect all the way leading up to readiness for the fight. Can you help, like at a high level? Again, I want to relitigate but at a high level, how does that stuff normally play out? I know it can also vary from fighter to fighter, but on a normal basis, how does that stuff normally play out for a fight, especially of one like of Spence's caliber, if that makes sense?
That's a really good question. So standard in boxing, majority of the time, the boxing manager is very instrumental in setting up sparring. But
Mm.
you have trainers who are more hands-on with the fighters, and most of the time they take over the aspect and responsibility of those duties. But contractually speaking, standard in boxing, it's typically the manager who's instrumental as well. And the reason why that's so important is because the boxing manager's um, sole responsibility is to do everything in his or her power to make sure that that fighter is prepared for battle. And one of the duties of that boxing manager is to pay for the training expenses of the actual fighter. And so the compensation for the manager will come back to the manager after the fighter competes. And of course, the fighter gets their compensation, or what we call purse. Contract language is purse. But you have some managers that'll say, look, I'll take a higher percentage of a fee based on how much I'm expected to pay for training expenses, including sparring partners, right? That's a part of a training expense. But, you know, nowadays, and I'm going by some years when I say nowadays, modern days, the trainers usually are more influential because they have connections to other trainers, not just locally, but regionally and nationally. It's nothing for, I'm just using that as an example. It's nothing for a Canelo Alvarez who's in Mexico to pick up the phone and use his resource to say, hey, I have a relationship with one of Mr. Bosey's sons, which is Boots' brother. Right? He has a relationship with him. They were cool. They came up together, right? So in that case, Canelo, since you're talking about Spence and a high level performer and a fighter with star power, is nothing for them to pick up the phone like a Canelo and say, hey, I am cool with Boots' brother. How about I pick up the phone, chop it up with bro, and then say, look, I need some work. Let me come through. I want to spar with Boots. Easy fix. No boxing manager is involved. No trainer is involved, right? Like a Eddie Reynoso and Bosey didn't have to have a conversation of Canelo coming or sending. In this case, they had a pay for Boots to go up to where they was having training camp at, right? So it's not like, hey, this is the responsibility of this one person. When they are at that high level, man, the trainer makes those calls. The fighter can make the call, but most of the time the fighters don't make those calls for every single sparring partner. The trainer usually and the manager, they're usually definitely for sure instrumental in that process. No question about it.
Okay.
But you heard Derek James say, "Oh, I don't know. I
Yeah.
don't know who he." Yeah. He was oblivious to everything, right? DC.
Yeah. Hands all the way off.
Yeah, he even used the word supposedly when he brought up the fact that Errol Spence had a rib injury. It supposedly happened when. What you mean supposedly, man? You was in the corner when this. See, you know what I'm saying? So I don't. And I did a video on that too. When I said, yeah, you know what I mean? Like what? So you know, Derek James basically sounded like he was hands off.
Yeah.
You know, in that process. So maybe they left that up to some fighters. They get enough money, man, and they start having like Muhammad Ali. He had a training coordinator, right? They start assigning people to start, hey, look, you know, you're on payroll. Go, you know, use my contact list of this fighter and this coach or this trainer, and let's set some sparring up. You know, they got to go through the trainer. I mean, Derek James can say he was oblivious, but they can't get in the gym without him. He's the trainer. It's his gym, right? So everybody has to be in sync. For example, DC, you remember Michael Williams Jr., right?
Right.
You remember you remember I had that situation with his dad. Mike Williams
Mhm.
Sr., right?
Mhm.
Mike Williams Jr. was in a ring with an unnamed fighter, and of course, he got his jaw broken sparring. You remember that a couple
Mhm.
years ago, right?
I do.
Well, Roy Jones was the trainer,
Yeah. That was
right?
a
So
big
his
hit, yeah.
dad wasn't even there, setting up the sparring session. It was on the trainer, Roy Jones, right?
Mhm.
So it can be the trainer. Most of the time, it's really the trainer because they have the connections and the contact list, and they got the time. The fighter don't have time to be trying to set up sparring and spar, right?
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
we try to make the load as light as possible on the fighter. I'm saying we as a boxing manager, including certain expenses. Like, for example, you have a lot of boxing managers that'll say, look, I'll take a higher percentage because I'm putting out more money, not just for training expenses, but also putting you in an apartment.
Yeah.
You know what I
Put you
mean?
up.
Oh,
Yeah.
and I can get some sort of reimbursement, or obviously I'm in the red. Then it's like, hey, I can at least recoup on
Yep.
my initial investment and hopefully somehow make a profit. And most of the time, the profits from uh, the fighter to the manager and promoter, most of the time, it happens when a fighter becomes a world champion.
Mhm.
So that's why I always try to, like in the beginning, you remember this, DC, I was breaking the business down a little bit more back then, but I'm gonna start getting back to that because when you look at a guy like, let's say, Errol Spence, I mean, thank God he has both his parents, but most of the fighters don't have an
Mhm.
added resource like, hey, living at their mom house or living at their dad
Mhm.
house or having both parents, right? They come from the slums, the ghetto, the hood. Some of these fighters in America, and they don't have, that support system like that.
Yep.
So
Yep.
if you have a manager coming, like let's use a Tank Davis. It's like,
Yep.
look, Tank Davis went 11 professional fights, and a lot of money was being pumped into him by the trainer.
Mhm.
Those trainers, Calvin Ford too, like looking out for him, letting him sleep in the gym, letting him lay here, letting him do this. And then when
Traveling.
Mayweather and them pulled up, once he got to 11-0, and then Mayweather and them and Al Heyman took a liking to him. Now it's like, yo, we up from here.
Yeah.
Because now we can have the resources to put this kid in an apartment outside of Baltimore, Maryland, so he won't get in no trouble, right? And different things of that nature. That's all on the manager, bro.
Yeah.
And sometimes it takes as long as a fighter becoming an actual world champion when their purses are more increased, where the manager can see a profit or the promoter can see a profit. And not to, say nothing bad about Bud. That's why Bob Arum said the fights that he promoted
Couldn't make
for
no money
Terrence
off him.
Crawford, huh?
Couldn't make no money off him.
Yeah, he said, man, the money I lost promoting him, man, I could have built a house in, what did he say? Did he
Yeah.
say California,
California.
Beverly
Yeah.
Hills? He said I could have built
Yeah.
a mansion in Beverly Hills.
Yeah, he did.
That's millions of dollars of being in the red as a promoter, because the fighter is not a big ticket seller,
Yeah.
right? It's hard. I was thinking about this earlier because I've been out of the game now for a few years as a manager. Let me tell y'all something, man, and ladies, because we got Jab Queen up here. It's hard for a fighter to sell 5,000 tickets on their own merit. That's
Mhm.
hard. I'm
Mhm.
telling you, it's hard. The reason why we see guys like Deontay Wilder, Tank Davis, Errol Spence, you throw a name at me, it don't matter who you name, Devin Haney, any name you throw at me, it's the same thing in this regard. They all had to prove that they were
Mhm.
able to sell a certain amount of tickets before they got to where they are. Now,
Mhm.
unfortunately, some fighters do reach their ceiling. It's like, yo, your ceiling is 5,000. That's it.
Mhm.
Or your ceiling is 10,000 or whatever, right? But it's hard for fighters to sell tickets. And let me use the word sell with emphasis. Promoters literally give fighters a certain amount of tickets to literally sell. It's not
Mhm.
free. So when a fighter says, yeah, I got my family here, they coming to the fight, my friends is here, my 8th grade teacher, guess what? Oh, the promoter going to give them the 30 tickets so that they can get to the show. But best believe the promoter's deducting that out of the budget because
Mhm.
it's not free, right? And I said all that to say the fighters coming up in the local and regional rankings, they all had to sell tickets. Once they get to that level, that third level, where we talking about star power, now is like let the machine help the fighters sell the tickets, right? And of course, the network, the streaming platform, they are part of the machine. The promoter is a part of the machine because the promoter's still putting out money, even if the fighter's not fighting. Oh, it's nothing free, y'all. So when you get to a level like a Tank Davis, a Floyd Mayweather, Errol Spence, a Deontay Wilder, yo, the promoter is actually in the green now. The manager, the advisor, we in the green now. But look how much money, time, and effort had to be invested. And everybody don't become a regional or a world champion in this business.
Ain't that the truth? That's funny that you brought, not funny, Michael Williams Jr., man. If I remember correctly, he was still willing to move forward with the fight, even with his jaw broken, wasn't he?
Well, I don't know if Junior was, but I sure know his dad Senior was, which is why me and him had that little beef.
Okay, maybe it was the dad. I remember one of them.
It was the father.
Okay.
Yeah, it was the dad,
Okay.
DC. Talking about, yeah, man, I told Roy Jones we gonna try to talk to the commission and see if we can convince them that he should still fight next week with a broken jaw against Adrian Broner at that. Adrian Broner? Man, no, man. That's a lawsuit waiting to happen if the athletic commission would have let that young man get in that ring knowing that his jaw was broke. That's why you have promoters. Now I can use it as a teachable moment. Thank you, DC. But that's why you have promoters that pay a surety bond. People don't even know that. Promoters put up $20,000 to $50,000. This is before the show even starts. For insurance purposes. You know, if a fighter dies in a ring or get injured, this stuff, man, it's a lot of money involved in promoting one event. You know, it's a lot of money to be lost. It's a lot of money to be invested. But at the same time, you know, sometimes, you know, promoters don't come in the green after a show. You know, when they knifing all the money down. It be like that sometimes. But this young man getting in that ring with a broken jaw, that would have never, no commission or ringside physician who's employed by the athletic commission would have ever medically cleared that young man to get in that ring with a broken jaw. You can hang that up. That'll never happen. But remember, it was for what, DC Jeroy? The money.
Of course. It
was for the money.
Was the biggest payday.
I was just about to say that's.
That was their biggest payday.
That was their biggest payday. And hey, ever since I was going through a beef with the guy, you know, I was getting phone calls left and right. I mean, when I say left and right, I'm talking about off of YouTube, people that I know in the business. And if I told you how much the actual payday was, that's what made me even more mad with his dad. Man, y'all doing all this for under 100,000? I ain't even. I'm gonna stay. I ain't gonna tell you how low it was, but I'm gonna definitely for sure tell you that it was nowhere close to 100.
Wow,
that's crazy.
But like I said, some people need the money. Some people backed in the bills. Some people waited too long in between fights. Some people don't know how to manage the money, and it could just be greed. But I know for sure, that was not going to happen. Like, you wasn't going to be able to get in there and fight with no broken jaw. Look, like with Spence, he wasn't going to be able to get in there with no broken rib. No ringside physician would have cleared him, because if they would have cleared him, that's a lawsuit waiting to happen on the promoter and the athletic commission. Bring them out of business instantly for that, you know? And I think that's why he got the cortisone shot to numb the ribs. You was going to say something, Jab?
No, I was agreeing with you. I don't think that would have been smart, and you just said that would have been a lawsuit waiting to happen. But again, they have to know, right? Like when Spence, like we were just talking about Spence making that assertion that he went into that fight with Crawford with a broken rib, right? With broken ribs.
Oh yeah, they know. That's why they gave him the cortisone. But all this was Errol Spence's doing. He defied
that's what I'm saying.
counsel. He defied Al Heyman. He defied everybody and still wanted to do it.
He did. All the way, and that's what I was saying earlier, right? Like squandering every advantage that he had. He gave up, and we talked about this, Brother Marty, man.
Yep.
You never give up your A-side leverage. He gave up his A-side leverage. He gave up everything. I said, goodness gracious.
And here's the thing about it. he didn't even call Terrence Crawford. Terrence Crawford called him. Terrence Crawford got representation like I told him through YouTube. Turned right around. And I hate to say this, DC, because Victor's not here to defend his honor, but Jab Queen knows how I feel about this. Jab Queen wasn't here when me and we used to have a crazy panel on this. But I told you, DC, and I told the world that I believe that the reason why Terrence Crawford, he was stalling that first, DC. We know this. He was stalling for a long time. And then all of a sudden he joined Snack, and then he knocks out David Ebenezer with that one punch. I believe, and I'm gonna go to my grave with the belief that he got a phone call from Victor, or in-person conversation or a virtual one. They had a conversation. I believe this with all my heart because I've done the research. And I believe Victor told him, it's time now. Get Spence on the phone. It works. We ready for him now. Because here's the thing. If you look at the fight that he had before that, it was Sean Porter.
I was about to say that.
That was his first fight with the Snack program. And you've seen he did something to Sean Porter that no one has ever been able to do to Sean Porter. And that's knock him down twice. So you look at that, and then you look at with David Ebenezer, and then it's like, it works. It works. We ready now. Get Spence on the phone. And I believe that was part of the stalling out. Like, we ain't ready yet.
No.
It's not, we don't know how it's making you respond. And I'm talking about the program. I'm not talking about the product. I'm talking about the program. And because, hey, Terrence Crawford in an interview said, I use other things with Snack that other fighters don't use. This is his words. So people can't get mad at me. He's telling you he's using other things. Well, what do you use other than the product, bro? I thought it was the product.
And on that very subject, what was real weird to me is when Bud reached out to Vic to say, hey, I want to become part of your program. What did Vic tell him he needed to do? He said, you need to go talk to Sean and make sure that Sean is okay with it. And if we just everything on the up and up, why in the world do I need to get you to get Sean's blessing if everything is on the up and up? That was a red flag. Like, whoa,
red flag.
How often did that happen?
And let the new audience members that wasn't here know, Victor Conti told me that personally here. So what DC Giroir is saying, he's not just saying it because he read this from an article. Victor Conti said that to me while we were here. And my question still remains, why would the owner of a company have to get approval by somebody else who's receiving a service from the company? It just doesn't make sense. And then and here's the thing. He said Terrence Crawford's response was, great, may the best man win. What do you mean by that? You see what I'm saying, bro? And sis, Jack Quay, like, come on, y'all. May the best man. And look, Sean Porter did the right thing. He told Victor, he said, well, I can't make the call on my own. Let me reach out to my daddy. Yeah. So he had to call Kenny Porter, and Kenny had to give the okay. Yeah. All right, we'll fight while we both on Snack. He can fight us. And look, this how you know Victor wasn't lying. Because what happened after Terrence Crawford knocked Sean Porter down? He was beating the canvas like James Buster Douglas did when Mike Tyson knocked him down. Y'all remember that? Yeah. That's a clear indication. Damn, I'm not that hurt, but God, I got caught. And Sean Porter looked like he could still continue. But but Daddy Kenny Porter was still on that apron. He knew. He said, oh, he got it potent in him. He gonna hurt my son. Oh, we ending this. He got that potent. He got that potent in him. Nah. We gonna end this. Cause Sean Porter didn't even look hurt when he got back up. His legs wasn't wobbly or nothing.
He did. He sure enough didn't.
And he was mad at his dad. Yeah, he was pissed at it. Like, why you stopped the fight? I still had him. I was doing good. Yeah. My God, I remember this, DC. I had the world on fire with this stuff back then when all this was happening in live time, man.
And then afterwards, then what can he do? This is where, I've always appreciated, and you just touched on this, right? Having mom and dad, and especially for those that's in the boxing, have your father there to help guide, train you, as far as he can take you. There's some boxers that have held on to dad too long and have had to pay the ultimate price. But I've always respected Kenny Porter
Yes,
for the role that he played in his son's life.
absolutely.
With the exception of that night, I lost a lot of respect for Kenny because after that fight, that man stood up in front of national TV and threw his son underneath the bus,
Yes, he
pulled him from
did.
underneath the bus, and threw him right back up underneath there to be rolled over 2 or 3 more good times. And I said, ain't no way in the world this man got to talking about the camp. He wasn't listening when I was like, and if as the trainer, as you were just touching on, and I was asking that question, and for a purpose, but as a trainer, especially the respect that he has for his father, hey man, look, we not ready. Why do you, if you know your son hadn't been training and putting in the work and wasn't disciplined and wasn't doing what you had him, what he was supposed to be doing, he wasn't working the way he normally does and all this other stuff, then why even put him in there?
That's correct.
Or more importantly, why are you telling us about it now? Like you decided to move forward with it. I didn't, that's a conversation that you have off camera behind doors. In front of the cameras. Look, it wasn't our night. I would like to have seen it go different. It didn't. We be back, or that's the end of us, whatever. But don't throw your son out there like that, man. That was bad. That was a horrible look. That was a horrible look.
So that goes to show you the dad knew that his son wasn't complying with the instructions and he wasn't ready, but because of the money, they always go right back to that jab, Queen, because of the check. People just start, just because of the check, man.
So you want to roll the dice? You can come up to Vegas with me, baby.
Yeah.
Come up to Vegas. But that's nothing, and they know it. But so my last question for you on this, and I heard it's not the first time, but again, I'm always looking at the stage, Brother Marty. And so there was something that I heard even before Derek say before the Terrence Crawford and Spence fight, and had me kind of side-eyeing him as a trainer. He had mentioned that, I recall him saying that he didn't watch any tape or film of Bud to prepare for Spence's fight.
I heard that.
Now,
I never heard that. You heard that?
Yeah. I vividly remember him saying that because in my mind I was thinking,
What
do you know what? Could you possibly, as a trainer, have your fighter? And so, but it played out that even if he had watched tape, I don't think that would have changed the role that Spence played in the fight, right? But just in from a trainer's perspective and getting their fighter as ready as possible, any thoughts, Brother Marty, on the trainer deciding that, you know what, I don't need to watch any film on who I'm preparing my fighter for. As long as we ready and we get in there and do what we do, it don't matter what that other person across the ring from is going to do because we ready. Any thoughts or opinions about that from a trainer's perspective and getting ready, getting their fighter ready? And if there's you see any significance or value in that?
Absolutely. I see a lot of significance and value in everybody watching the tape, especially the trainer. Because, I mean, in any type of sports, you have to strategize to win. I mean, all teams and all people have flaws, right? So you can't just say, I'm not going to watch tape to know what they do well, because I know what they do well. And I'm also not going to watch tape to see what weaknesses that they have or what they don't do well, because my fighter is going to be well prepared. But you can tell when the fighter is not prepared enough and when the trainers don't watch the tape. Here's how Here's how you can tell. I'm gonna teach everybody something. When the microphone and lavalier is attached or nearby of the corner where the trainer is giving the instructions, you can see the trainer telling the fighter certain things and the fighter is not responding. Most of the time it's because the fighter is in his or her own world and they think they can see more than what people can see on the outside because they're right there on the inside.
Mm-hmm.
But there's sometimes they don't respond because you didn't rehearse this
Mm-hmm.
in practice.
Mm-hmm.
You didn't practice this because you didn't strategize. So now you're trying to tell your fighter or instruct your fighter to do something that you never even practiced because you didn't look at the tape. That's
Mm-hmm.
all a part of strategizing. Let's acknowledge what this other opponent do right
Mm-hmm.
so that we can disarm this fighter. So this fighter uses a gun and like to point the gun at close range. Well, when he get or she get close to us in close range, we're going to take that gun, disarm the fighter, use that gun against that fighter or that opponent, and then hand them the gun back and say, now what? We won. That's
Mm-hmm.
strategy. The
Mm-hmm.
game is called chess, not checkers.
Not
So
checkers.
if you're not watching tape and all you doing is doing drills, you just sparring just to get some work in, what's the point of sparring? If you go back and look at all of the old timers and how they did it, they
Mm-hmm.
would get, and I know some modern day fighters that still adopt this strategy, but they would go and get fighters that will mimic the style of their opponent. They're not
Mm-hmm.
just calling no regular sparring partner just because that sparring partner is a good boxer and they just need rec, as we call it in the gym.
Mm-hmm.
No, this fighter is a southpaw and this fighter has a good jab. So we need to see if there's a fighter out there that can either duplicate their style or that had the same style to prepare us for what we need to see when this fighter or our opponent is doing it. And how would you know what sparring partners to choose if you don't watch the tape?
Gotta watch the tape.
Right.
I mean, you ain't at every single fight as a trainer when the fighter is not your fighter.
Mm-hmm.
You're not there. Oh, well, just in case my fighter fight Terrence Crawford, I'm gonna go to all the Terrence Crawford fights. That's not how that worked. For example, Bill Haney went to a Regis Prograis fight, right? And he just wanted to observe. Let me see what this young man looked like. Oh, all right. I see what I need to. I see what I need to see. But if you ain't going back watching the tape, and all you doing is just using the fact that he's just a naturally smaller guy, he's flat-footed, he's slow on his feet, he keep his head on the line. Well, that's enough. That's enough for my son Devin to beat him. I don't have to watch no tape. Okay, cool. But what about Ryan Garcia? This how you know he didn't watch the tape. Because in the ring, when it was time for the instructions, right, for that fighter to make the adjustment, he couldn't make the adjustment.
Yeah. At all.
This is how you know. When the fighter keep getting hit with the same punch, you know it's a problem.
Mm-hmm.
We were supposed to rehearse this in training camp for 8 weeks. How you keep getting hit with the same exact punch? And it's not just Ryan Garcia. You was getting hit with that punch with Lomachenko a year ago. So it's all about preparation. I recommend every trainer. In fact, I'll take it another step further. The manager, the trainer, the fighter, the cut man or cut woman, the second assist, we all watching the tape. All of us going to sit, because you know why? Because all of us got our hand in the fighter's pocket.
Yeah.
You understand?
Yeah.
We all going to work. This training camp is a family thing. It's all or none. Because we all getting paid.
Yeah.
We all going to sit down and watch the tape.
Absolutely.
I mean, that's just my philosophy, and that's how I always ran business. So, you know, I recommend the tape, though.
And then could possibly everybody can have possibly a different viewpoint from the tape, right?
Yeah, that's why we watch the tape. That's correct. Yes, sir.
Yeah. Brother Greg. What's
Mr.
happening,
Greg,
man?
old school. Hold up. I don't know if Mr. Greg. Can you hear Mr. Greg?
You're on mute.
My mic was mute. I'm sorry. Hey, family. I just
Hey,
had to,
Mr. Gray.
hey. I kind of got the gist of what's going on. You know, I know y'all talk about things I done said many times over the last 3 years
You
about
talking about Spence, Mr. Greg?
Spence and about Devin and
Oh,
about
about Devin.
preparation. You were talking
Mhm.
about the preparation, and I've always said that I did not think, not just Devin, but there's a few others, but we'll just stay there, are not getting any better. And part of it, the fact is that they're not prepared. Um, when you see someone constantly as we talk about getting hit with that left hook constantly, that's a problem that stems from the gym,
Mm-hmm.
preparation, and who's training him. And I hadn't seen them get any better. So when you're not getting any better, most of the time it is because of what's going on with your training and what's going in, who's training you, and how you're conducting yourself outside of a fight. You can't, as you just said, if you got a team, everybody has to not just, throw the towel over the shoulder and do cute work. You have to dig deep and down and see what your fighter is capable of and what he's not doing. You have to have the experience of talking to. I always believed in, as you know, we talk about a lot of the old school trainers like Eddie Futch and Georgie Benton and those guys. Those guys were boxing brains. They
Savants.
understood this. They knew what had to be done. And when you don't have that brain trust in your own camp or something similar, it's going to show up in your fights.
Mm-hmm.
And
Mm-hmm.
I leap over,
Eventually.
I leap over to where you maybe get marketed very well and get these big multi-million-dollar paychecks or fights. And when that money starts coming, whoever's around you, a lot of the time, those people become yes men. They're not telling you you have no business in this club drinking and driving. You have no business trying to mess with all of these women every night. We need to be studying film. We need to find out where your deficiencies is so we can sharpen you up and find a way so they can't be exploited. But you have to be all in. And a lot of times, what has happened is money has been great for these fighters, but it's also been bad for them because they quickly develop these bad habits of, well, I'm gonna cut my training short. I want to go to this party. I want to do this. I want to do that. And when you keep winning, as has been the case with Spence, and I kept saying that he was getting away with everything because he kept winning. And when you keep winning, and people love a winner, they'll overlook your flaws. They'll
Mm-hmm.
overlook that they need to tell you, yes, we're winning, but what about next time? We got away with it again. We just, it's like when you rob a bank. You get away with it a couple of times until you don't. And when that happens like that, it's for people who even watch, let's say Spence, when he was winning and he was having the accidents and people knew he was in the club drinking, but he kept winning. So it kind of added to, I guess, for some of them, that mystique. Oh yeah, Spence can go and drive and drink and he can crash. He can still come in the ring and win. And people tend to like that for some reason. It adds to that mystique. But sooner or later, it was going to show up in a major way, especially when you're fighting somebody who's the best fighter you had ever fought before. And it did. And now what you even seen and stuff that I've said that sometimes people went in on me about, they're coming forward 3 years later. Well, we didn't do this, we didn't do that, we didn't train. But that wasn't new either. There were other fights where you did something similar where you didn't train. There were other fights that you might have been in. A lot of fighters, going to training, maybe overweight or they got a little small injury. So we're hearing he was doing really all of the same things in a sense that he had been doing in previous fights, except this time he got crushed in this fight. All the other fights, to me, he won. But see, the Porter fight was a life and death fight to me, from what I saw, there was flaws that I saw in the fight with Ugas. But all of that stems from somebody who does have talent, but who didn't have the discipline to continue to be the fighter that his fans had, especially those who love him, had expected of him. They saw how he came out. Everybody complained about that. But you know what? Had he had won that fight, nobody would have said anything. And you know what? We probably wouldn't have found out that this fight, as well as other fights, that he cut corners, that he wasn't training for almost 7 weeks. But also, if you read between the lines, I know I barely picked up that you picked up some of that. Derek knew he wasn't ready. His father knew he wasn't ready. His business people knew he wasn't ready because Derek told him to tell his business people that you in this situation, that you got got an injury and you can't train and this, that, and the third. But nobody seemed to have said that he was advised by the business people, not the family members, and I'm sure some did say that, not to take this fight, especially when you got it in your contract that you can put it back 90 days. But here's my feeling about that. When the first negotiations went south with him and Spence, Bud took the heat. Everybody, he was bad business Bud. He shouldn't do this. He shouldn't get this. He took the Abenesian fight because he was scared. All of that stuff came out and it made people enraged. I guarantee you, somewhere along the line, when it was time for them actually to sign for the fight, they were conscious of what happened to Bud when he broke negotiations, and they didn't want people to go in on Spence for pulling out of the fight. Now, is that a good enough reason? No. The reason is he actually was hurt and should not have been in the fight, but nobody did that because there was so much money on the line. I don't know if Al told him not to fight. I don't know if Tom Brown told him not to fight. But I do believe Spence confided in them. I do believe he talked to them. And I believe they straddled the fence, to be quite honest, because when you're talking about 30, let's just say 30 million, it's very difficult to tell somebody to, okay, let's put it off to the side for 90 days because anything can happen, as you know, within a 90-day period. It don't even take 90 days. It could happen the next day. So what they were seeing were dollar signs, and a lot of times dollar signs will often bring out the worst in people or make them do some things that they normally, if they were, I guess, being conscious about it and being legitimate in terms of how they feel about it, would have said, let's pass up this 30 this time, and maybe we'll get another chance down the road. Because again, that's what happened anyway. When Bud walked away and did the Abenesian fight, that money got put on hold, and he came back later. So I don't think they served him well in this, and I've said that too. I don't think he served himself well, and now I don't think he's really prepared, to me, psychologically, to be anywhere fighting, because I think he's a broken. I think he is a psychologically. I think he's broken. Physically, I always said, from the very beginning, that he was a damaged fighter. He was always that. Yes.
Mr. Greg, I don't know if I agree with that because from what I can recollect, I don't think Al Hammond and them wanted him to take that fight anyway. So I think they'd be looking for any reason to have him pull out or not take that fight. So I don't know if they knew about his internal injuries, or I mean, I know they knew about the car wreck and stuff like that, but I don't know if they knew about the rib injuries because they didn't want him to take that fight anyway because of how much money he was giving up. So I don't know if maybe they were even privy to that kind of information. Because if
Yes.
you listen to Derek James' interview with The Last Stand, he was saying like they didn't even want the sparring partners to know. So I don't know how widespread that information got.
Well,
Well,
let me clarify this. And I was going to wait till you finish, Mr. Greg, to actually say this part. So thank you,
Oh, I'm
Jab Queen,
sorry.
for no, that was good. No, you came in at a good time because I was going to say that by all accounts, everybody that I talk to personally, and you know, when I talk to somebody personally, it's not just me talking in a regular conversation on YouTube, right?
Right.
And I'm talking about people that's close to um, Spence, the camp over there, the business people. I see. I don't talk to secretaries. I talk to people with the boots and suits on when I want to know something, right?
Right.
And so they knew, and they advised him to postpone the fight.
Okay.
But and I said that right before you came on too, when me and DC was talking, Mr. Greg. But see, Spence, he's a superstar, cash cow. And you know, when you got a guy or a woman, but particularly a guy that demands so much, it's like, I mean, it's his career. I mean, think about it like this: other promoters or managers wouldn't allow their fighters typically to say they don't do tune-ups. Like, you know what I'm saying? But it's
Mhm.
Errol Spence, and he's the type of guy. Um, when he want to push the button, it is what it is. I mean, look at it like this: Al Heyman and Floyd Mayweather, they made an agreement. Remember, Floyd Mayweather suffered a rib injury. I'm going back a long time. He
Mhm.
suffered a rib injury and had to postpone the fight with Juan Manuel Marquez. And that was a major fight. Juan Manuel Marquez being from Mexico, you know. So I don't know if y'all remember that.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I do.
yeah.
Yeah. So it's no different with Errol. Same representation. But see, Errol, to Jab Queen's point, he even defied representation. And it wasn't just because of the fact that Terrence Crawford, you know, was so much in high demand that they said, no. What it is Terrence Crawford played some games with Al and them over there. And when I say games, I'm talking about making them believe that he was all in. And this is after they had the attorney, um, you know, put that paperwork together, sending him a term sheet. And then the next thing you know, he's on Instagram talking about, hey, I'm about to fight David Evanesian. Because he said, oh, I'll get back to y'all. And he kept telling Al that. So in that, they wasn't sure if he was really going to be serious enough to even do the fight with Errol. Because Errol was more adamant than Terrence Crawford at the
Hmm.
time.
Hmm.
And we all can agree to that. But
Mhm.
see, what it was is Terrence Crawford, and he admitted this on MMA Hour. I know I did videos on this, but he's the one that put the call in when Errol Spence was done with the whole thing about fighting him. He put the call in right after he fought David Evanesian. He put the call in, his words, not mine. And he
Mhm.
said, look, Spence, I know I talked about the hedge fund and all of that, but that's going south. But at the end of the day, we can make a lot of money and feed our families. We need to fight now. What's up? Me and you talking on the phone. No, not Al, not my representation. This me and you, man to man, father to father. What's up? Let's get this fight done so we can take care of family. And I believe that Terrence Crawford turned Errol Spence upside down and shook out every penny from his pockets when he did it.
You
Mhm.
did.
It was
I
good
believe
business.
that too.
It was
It
good
was it
business.
was it was it was good business, so I'm not knocking it. But Mr. Greg, there's a part that you didn't say because I said it before you got here, and I would be remiss if I didn't say it again. As you are a Terrence Crawford fan, I
Right.
believe that Victor Conti was very instrumental in a piece of that, where you know once he fought Sean Porter, that was the first fight that Terrence Crawford fought on Snack.
Mhm.
Then it was like, okay, look like it worked a little bit. But Sean Porter got back up. We need to see how potent it is. Let's go get David Evanesian. David Evanesian didn't get back up. He was unconscious. And that's when I believe Victor Conti told him, oh, it works now. We're ready for Errol Spence. Because it's not just the program and other things, I quote Terrence Crawford,
Right.
it's also the weight. because I got Victor Conti on tape now, and I played this a year or two ago. I'm not gonna play it again, but well, tonight I might play it again tomorrow, but not tonight. But the point I'm making is this, Mr. Greg. Victor Conti said these words a year before Terrence Crawford even went to the snack program. A year before that, he said he was asked in the interview, who you think
Hmm.
is going to win that fight? Terrence
Hmm.
Crawford or Errol Spence? And Victor Conti said out of his own mouth, that's going to be a good fight. Errol Spence got that dog in him. He said Terrence Crawford got that dog in him, but Errol Spence is a bigger dog, and he's just naturally bigger. And I got him winning that because he's the naturally bigger man. That's
Did.
Victor. But then
Did.
when Terrence Crawford went over there with him and he got to working with him, everything changed.
Well, I think that as if you're Victor Conti, that's going to happen. But I've always said it wouldn't have mattered, and we've gone back and forth with that. Who turns went to, it wouldn't have mattered when the fight happened. Earl Spence was never good enough to beat Terrence Crawford. Never.
I
Oh,
know,
here we
Mr.
go.
Greg.
Here we go.
Mr.
And I've
Greg.
always said that.
Mr. Greg.
Yeah.
Can I ask you a question?
Yep.
What did he go over there for? Why did he call Victor Conti? That's what I keep wanting to know,
That's
man.
That's one more reason why Earl wouldn't have beaten Terrence Crawford. That's just one more reason.
No, but I'm just saying.
What are the other reasons, Mr. Gregg? What are the other reasons?
Terrence Crawford is better skill, a bigger talent, and a better skill and a better disciplined fighter than Earl Spence has ever been.
I agree.
I do. I agree with that.
Yeah, I totally agree with that.
His mentality is much more solid than Earl Spence.
I know, Mr. Gregg, but that's what
he keeps his own counsel. But when you keep your own counsel, you close yourself off to a broader experience and broader information that's going to be helpful to you. That's a flaw there as well.
Right.
Who are you talking
I
about,
agree.
EJ or Bud?
EJ.
You're talking about EJ.
EJ keeps his own counsel. He said that.
Yeah,
and when you do that, you're not learning the things that you need to learn. And it's not just in the ring, it's how to conduct yourself. See, when you got, let's say, a Eddie Futch or a Georgie Bittner, those kind of guys around you, they are teaching you not just how to fight, but how to maintain yourself as a fighter, how to discipline yourself, the things that you need to avoid, because they know why you need to avoid it, and they're teaching you that, and they're showing you that. But when you're not listening, especially as I said, when you start getting those big $1 million paychecks, money changes everything, and we know that. It doesn't even have to be millions of dollars. You can get hundreds of thousands of dollars, and people around you will change and cater to you and make you feel a certain kind of way, particularly if you're giving them. And you tend to stop doing a lot of the things that you want to do. And for Earl, in my opinion, what I've seen, he stopped being as disciplined and started cutting corners long before he ever got to Terrence Crawford.
I agree with that.
And that becomes a habit. And when you start winning, even though you're not doing everything you are, that's where the arrogance turns into contempt for having to do all of this in the first place, because you can win without doing it.
That's correct.
That was
now, Mr. Gregg.
Yeah.
Now, Mr. Gregg, I agree wholeheartedly with everything that you said. But the $1 million question that I've been dying to get the answers, and of course you don't have the answer, but as a Terrence Crawford fan, that is where the crossroads always get tangled up with the signal to give the train the authority to move through that section, because yes, he's more technically sound. Yes, he's more disciplined. Yes, all of those things. Great. We can concur that okay, he's more disciplined, more skilled technically, right? But see, that goes to illustrate the point that I've been making from day one. If you're that skilled, more than Errol Spence, if you're that talented, more than Errol Spence, if you're that disciplined, more than Errol Spence, then what did you go over there for with Victor Conti? Why did you call that man? Especially when Victor Conti, thanks to you, Mr. Greg, you threw the alley-oop with the super chat and asked the question,
Right.
which was great. And Victor didn't call you, you called him. And when he told you that he had to get permission from Sean Porter first before he can even confirm whether he can work with you or not. That wasn't enough of a red flag for you. You still was like, once Sean Porter gave the green light through Kenny Porter, it was like, I'm in. But before that is the more telling part. When he first interacted with Victor Conti on the phone, he told him, you don't have to give me an advertisement. You don't have to give me a commercial. You don't even have to give me an elevator speech to pitch me nothing. I know exactly what it is that you do. I know who you are and I know what you do. And I want in. Now, how did he know exactly what he do? It's because he got on the phone and called Demetrius Andrade, a friend of his who was also on Snack. Now, I don't know why he didn't call Shakur because he was over there before Bud. But the point that I'm really driving home is that he got on the phone, called Demetrius Andrade, and I believe Andrade told him exactly what it is that he do and exactly how he would help enhance performances. And then Terrence Crawford said, you don't have to sell me on anything. I want in. And then after the confirmation came down from Kenny Porter, disseminated to Sean Porter, who disseminated that information to Victor, who disseminated that information and green light to Terrence. Terrence Crawford said, may the best man win. I closed the case wide open with that one, Mr. Greg. What do
Hey,
you mean
hey,
by that,
hey,
man?
brother
He was
Marty,
always the
let me
best
tell you
man.
real quick.
First of all, he was always the best man.
Go ahead,
I
DC.
can't. I'm sorry, DC. Go ahead.
Oh no, I'm just gonna say real quick. Bud ain't didn't ask Shakur because Shakur was getting the baby dosage. He needed the full dosage.
Oh, he wanted the dosages.
Yeah,
Oh, that sounded about right.
yeah. Shakur, he wasn't getting the full pack. He needed to go somewhere
Okay.
that was getting the full
Yeah,
pack.
yeah. Yeah, that makes sense. That make a lot because he is fighting Errol Spence,
Yeah, yeah.
a drunk, a guy
Let's
who's not
also
technically sound.
let's also remember who who was coming up in weight over the years. It wasn't Earl. It was Bud.
True,
No, it was Bud Crawford.
So Bud was building up to come up to because they was talking about his fighting Earl back when Bud was still at 135.
yeah.
Mhm.
You do have to watch who they talking about, which is what you should do. I mean, I know Ray watches Hagler for a while, for a number of years, as a matter of fact. So you do have to watch who you destined to fight, even when you're not at their level or a weight at least. So from 135 to 140 to 147. So now he's there. Okay, I'm at 147. I done fought fighters that at that weight class. I still haven't fought him or any of the guys that he has fought, actually, other than uh, Porter and the other little guy over in London, I believe his name is.
Kell Brook.
Oh, bro.
Kell Brooks, yes.
Mhm.
But by the time you get there, Earl was actually, in my opinion, probably starting to look at 154. And I know there was conversation, but it's hard to make the weight. So he was probably looking at that in the first place.
He was. He
Now,
wanted to win the title, that last belt from Crawford. Then he was gonna move up.
right. So when I look at him, what took place with Victor Conte, I have to speculate a little bit because we will never know because Victor's gone and ain't nobody talking really. If there was any illegal things taking place, most people believe there was. Until it's proven, we can only speculate. But if Victor had the snack program and had never been accused of any of the things that he actually pled. Well, we know he did because he did plead guilty to something that was a part of being illegal and performance enhancing drugs. But if Victor hadn't had that on his head, and they still went over to Victor Conte, and got on his snack program and uses supplements, and supplements are supposed to enhance your performance. All supplements that you see in health food stores specify we enhance this, we improve this. So that's what they're supposed to do.
Well, we know he's not just using the product,
No,
Mr.
no,
Greg. I mean, we
I'm
both.
just saying, but you have to also do it in a program. You just can't just wake up in the morning. Even I don't do that.
But
And
Mr.
yeah,
Gray, here's where the real issue come in at, right?
mhm,
And you were there for it. It's not even about supplements, right? It's not about that. It's about your track record, and then more importantly than your track record, it's about when you the one that got caught red-handed, not you, Greg, but
I know what you.
Victor got caught red-handed, admitted, and then afterwards you admit that if I really wanted to, I knew how to get these cats to cheat and not get caught if I wanted to. But don't pay attention to the fact that my past and my history track record says that I'm a cheater. Like if I really still wanted to cheat, I can, but I'm not doing it. That's a hard pill to swallow when your track record said, you just said it, and then my eyes are watching these fights and the performance of these players, of these fighters, these boxers.
Right.
Is in your common sense, your imagination, and all of the things above are going to start to come to some type of rationalization. Like, man, something don't look right, don't smell right. And so, has he been found guilty? No, but the man has also said, I know how to do it where no one gets caught.
Right.
So there's an argument or discussion that could be had. Would we ever find out?
Oh, that argument will never go away. That is something to me, and I've said this as well, Bud and all the other
There's always
fighters.
gonna be a cloud.
That's going to be a cloud that's always going to be permanently there, and they'll have to live with that. They made that decision. I get that. They made that you're going to be with someone who's done exactly what you just said, DC, and you can't get around that. So when that question comes up, and I've said this about, you cannot get mad when somebody asks you that question because you got in the bed with someone who's done and has said what he's done. So that suspicion is going to be, it's always going to be the cloud there, and it's nothing to do. It's nothing, none of them, including Bud, could ever do about that. And,
Mr. Greg, can I?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, DC. You was going to say something?
Oh no, I was just saying, yeah, I agree.
Now, here's the thing. Shout out to my guy. He's a day one supporter, member of the channel, supervisor of the Roll the Tape film crew, Jeremy Austin. I see you, big dog. Thank you for your contribution and your support to the channel. Mr. Greg, right before you came up in the beginning of the segment, and it's going to go tie into what DC Jeroy just said about, pedigree, about character, right? And about integrity, because that's really what it all boils down to. I wanted to show you something. I know you've probably seen me put this out there before, of course, because you've been around a long time when I first started bringing this up. But when Victor Conti was here, and you were here, Mr. Greg, remember you were on a panel at the time that I asked everybody to kindly jump off so I can entertain Victor Conti one-on-one the first time he came in December of 2023. You were here.
Right.
I wanted to play a small little clip. And we talk about character, and this is why I was saying what I was saying regarding Terrence Crawford real quick. This is what Victor said. I know you were here, but I'm going somewhere with this. This is what Victor said when he was up here talking to me. Here it is, Mr. Greg.
To show the world that you're not on drugs, enter a 24/7, 365. Then when you fight a fighter coming up, then he has to join the pool, and hopefully you can get enough of these guys to get the movement started that you'll have some of the people that do make millions of dollars and can't afford to do it and want to help clean up the sport that will enroll in 24/7, 365. Now, even with me offering sponsorship, I have had a difficult time trying to get my own stack fighters to do what I'm telling you that I'm attempting to do.
Got you. So let's table that because I want to ask you about that. But I want the audience to understand what you mean when you said VADA's DCO representation came with Andre at 10:30 at night and even 6:30 in the morning? Do they come to your house? Do they come to your gym?
No,
Where did they
came
come?
they will come to the gym, but they came to the Marriott Hotel 4/10 of a mile down the block from Snack. They've come to the track, the Merritt track in Oakland, and tested Devin Haney there. So they come, typically if they can't find you at the location you say you're going to be, then they start calling people, and you've got the trainer, you've got the fighter, you've got, my name and phone number and addresses on a lot of these enrollment forms. Then they'll call me if they can't find them, because I try to herd them to VADA so that they can get their test done.
So when they came to Andre, let's say 10:30 at night, I'm sure you probably wasn't there. Did Andre say, "Oh, Victor"? Did he call you and say, "Hey, they just got here"? Or they just?
Well, Andre Rozier, the trainer, was there and he was filming it and he was sending me pictures, so I knew when they were there. I got a video while they were doing it.
Got you. Now back to the cooperation. You said you can't even convince your own snack fighters to be a part of 365 24/7. Why won't they cooperate with you? I mean, you sound like you're the expert.
The argument that I hear is that when they don't want to do it when the other guy's not doing it. So if they know that, they can force the other guy through me paying for the testing, right? And a lot of times the promoter pays or the boxer pays themselves, but then they know that they're on a level playing field, whether it be 8 weeks or 12 weeks out. But trying to get these guys to come out and say, "Here I am, I'm Nonito Donaire," that back in 2012, and no matter what anybody else in boxing does, I'm going to prove that I'm willing to be tested 24/7, 365. I have not had other boxers since Nonito, and then thereafter Edwin Rodriguez, that have been willing to do that.
All right, hold on, Mr. Greg, real quick. So that was what Victor said. We all were here. That was 2023. Let me interject real quick. He knows when the DCOs go to the snack fighters to collect their blood and urine specimen. Not only that, but in a different interview, which I'm about to play, in 2015, March of 2015, Victor Conti conducts an interview and he's talking about 24/7, 365 testing. Hold on, Mr. Greg, here it is.
And I went on the record, and in the following year, they had more than 10 positive drug tests. Listen, this is what when I criticized WADA, and I said, you need to use the intelligence that you have and target test, okay? So what is a good form of intelligence? How about that Victor Conti was, giving athletes PEDs? We know this, so I'm a person that should be target tested. Any athlete that works with me, I recommend that they do 24/7, 365 testing. I've sponsored more than 10 boxers who have done this sort of testing. So
that was what Victor said, March 2015, that he sponsored more than 10 boxers, not athletes, boxers that have undergone 24/7, 365 testing, meaning sponsored, meaning that he actually paid for it. But of course, in December of 2023, he came and told me something totally different. He told me that he only sponsored 2 fighters, $20,000 a piece of his own money. He said Nonito Donaire was one of them, and then Edwin Rodriguez. Most people don't know who he is, but that's the guy that fought Andre Ward. The point that I'm generating now is to DC's point. It's like integrity, right? You have a guy who has been caught in countless lies. And I'm not trying to besmirch him. He's not here to defend himself. RIP Victor Conti, but y'all know me. We got to just keep it real and just tell the truth and shame the devil. The bottom line is that Victor Conti has not just had a track record of dealing with performance enhancement drugs, manufacturing and administering to them before he went to jail. But look at his conduct after he came home from 2005 all the way until, unfortunately, he died. it's been the same behavior patterns. So to me, it is bigger than just him saying, "Hey, trust me, I'm going to help you take my supplements." Anybody online can buy the same supplements. Mr. Greg, you bought them already, so you know anybody can buy them. You don't have to be a part of a program to take the product. We've already established that, but you do have to do one more thing, and that's give your blood. And there is a reason for that. And so what I'm really getting at is when you look at the timeline of how all of these fighters go over the snack. For an example, Louis Ortiz, he goes over the snack. Most people didn't know he was there until I pointed out. He goes over the snack. He pops dirty. Remember, before the fight happened between him and Deontay Wilder, it was supposed to happen months before that, nearly almost a year. But because he tested positive for a banned substance, I'm talking about Louis Ortiz, the fight was postponed. And of course, he was with the snack program then. Not only that, if you look at what happened with Andre Berto, this is 2012, the same year that Victor Conti wanted to tell the reporters that he started this 24/7, 365 testing protocol through VADA, and Nonito Donaire was the first fighter to undergo it. Well, in 2012, the baseball player, um, um, Marlon Byrd, tested positive for a banned substance. He was on the snack program, and so did Andre Berto, who was supposed to be scheduled to fight Victor Ortiz in a rematch, but that fight was canceled due to Andre Berto testing positive for a banned substance. He was on a snack program. Where am I getting at with this? These are all the behavior patterns of Victor Conti after he came home from prison. Came home in '05. Now, with that being said, in 2017, I pulled the paperwork out. Nobody else did. I still had the papers with me. But I pulled the paperwork out that in 2017, the federal investigation came down hard on Victor Conti through license and inspections. Why? Why did the FDA come down on Victor? Because he was mislabeling his products, saying that the same snack products, right, that we see online in the ingredients, they were not even the things that was in there that he said it was in there. It was illegal substances in those supplements. I'm talking about in 2017. He did get fined. He served his punishment, and then he got it right. And on top of that, we had Tim Montgomery, who was here live and living color. I interviewed him. He was on a Netflix documentary that was outlining all the things that happened with Balco and Victor Conti. And even he said that when he was down with the snack program with Victor Conti was polluting things in all of these different bottles, and they had to take it and didn't really know exactly what was in those things. I'm saying all of that to say, at some point, when a person lacks integrity and they're not trustworthy and they can lie to you with a straight face, at some point, maturity has to kick in and say, you know what? This person might seem cool, but they they're not honest. They lack integrity. And I don't want my brand or my personality, my image, or anything else that I represent to be associated with a guy like that, even if they change. I mean, look at what Victor look at Andre Ward. I got the tape. I've already played it for most of you before. He did not want Victor Conti to tell anyone that he was down with the snack program. This as soon as
Mm-hmm.
Victor Conti came home.
Right.
Because of the
Yeah, I
same
remember
reasons.
that.
Yeah, because of the
Mm-hmm.
same reasons that I literally just said. And guess what happened? Victor Conti made a promise to Andre Ward and his coach, Virgil Hunter. I'm not going to tell nobody. We can maintain this, keep this as a secret. Not going to tell. You're not going to worry about your image being associated with a guy who just came home from jail for conspiracy to commit fraud and even produce and manufacture steroids and performance enhancement drugs. And guess what happened when a camera got into his face? He spilled the beans and he told the world that he's working with Virgil Hunter and Andre Ward. Andre Ward backed out of working with him, but guess what he did? He sent them a referral. Who was the referral? Who did Andre Ward refer? To Victor Conti. You've guessed it. No Nito Donaire. I mean, the list goes on and on. And then I have to leave you with this part because I want Lucky to get his part. Lucky McKenna is here.
What's good,
Um,
Luck?
um, Rachel Donier and I had a big problem. Now, of course, to the public, it was presented that it was all because I missed her phone call or she tried to call me or something. That was cat. But I let that slide because I knew at some point when it was time for me to respond, the truth had to come out. And the truth is, and I can say it today, I said it the other day, and I'm gonna keep on saying it, is that Rachel Donier is just doing damage control. She was beefing with me all because the cat came out the bag with all the stuff that I learned about the tactics of Victor Conti when he said in my face. And I'm talking about tactics, meaning, once again, these character flaws, not having integrity. I mean, the man lied to me 7 times, and I proved that. And so what it is Rachel Donier, and I respect her for doing it, but it was the way that she went about doing it to come against me. And that is, simply put, that she tried to protect and preserve the image and reputation of her husband, being associated with Victor Conti. On what level? I'm gonna tell you, because Mr. Greg, you was here. Matter of fact, everybody on the panel was here except for Jab Queen. But Rachel Donier frequently was on the panel when I start talking about Victor Conti snack. Am I lying, y'all?
No, you're not.
Yeah, she was here and she never once said anything that she disagreed with. She didn't say, "Well, I don't think you should say that, Manager Marty." She never called me privately and even said that she had a problem with the things that I was saying. It was only when I was connecting Vada, Victor Conti, and Snack together. That is when things started to turn left because I get it. Her husband was the first one to be promoted and presented to the media that he was the first one to undergo 24/7, 365 VADA testing. And then when I exposed the fact that 24/7, 365 VADA testing is a hoax, it's fake news, that's when the problems started to happen. So what that goes to tell me is it wasn't just what I said, it was what Victor Conti, what you just heard him say, lying, saying that he sponsored 2 fighters when he talked to me. And then 2015, now I know he didn't know I had the evidence, but he said he sponsored more than 10. Not only that, I went and made a phone call right behind the interview and had Dr. Margaret Goodman, the founder and CEO of VADA herself, have a conversation with me on the phone and then come here live and live in color and interviewed her. And she even agreed with me that there's no such thing as 24/7, 365 VADA testing. And she didn't say those words, I am, because she basically told the world that VADA do not do out of competition testing. The same thing you just heard Victor Conti say that he is trying to convince his snack fighters to do, and none of them were willing to do it. And all of a sudden, after I broke the case, I broke the case and I exposed the truth. The next day, they go put Devin Haney on a website talking about now he's the only year-round enrolled fighter when they know for sure, there's no such thing as that program 365 24/7 that even existed in the first place. And then Devin Haney comes out the other day and even say to the WBC CEO and executive Mauricio Suleiman, the son of Jose Suleiman, he says, wait a minute, I've been with the WBC as a champion and I've never been tested once. So then now Mauricio comes out and say, oh, you've been tested more than 70 times, Devin. And Devin comes back and say, well, I'm not talking about the 8 to 10 weeks, which is standard protocol of VADA. I'm talking about the 365 program. And I had to correct Devin and also inform my audience. Guess what? The reason why Devin Haney can say that he's never been tested through the clean boxing program of the WBC 365 program, you know why? Because it doesn't exist. There's no such thing as 24/7, 360. Where am I going at with this, Mr. Greg? What I'm going at with this is you had Victor Conti even lying, saying Devin Haney was a part of something that don't exist. So we still keep seeing these character flaws of Victor. And so Terrence Crawford chose to call that man. Thank you again, Mr. Greg, because if it wasn't for you, I would have to ask it in the second interview, but you made it a point to ask Victor Conti through the super chat who called who. And the truth came out that Terrence Crawford called him and told that man, I know exactly what it is that you do. You don't have to sell me on anything. I want in. And he got in, and ever since he's got in, and I have to land the plane. Now I don't usually say land the plane. I usually say I'm gonna park the school bus. I have to double park the school bus and activate my hazard lights with this last point because this is important. You can't find record nowhere publicly, even on Vada's website, where ever since Terrence Crawford was a member of the snack program that he's been tested, period. And y'all were here and y'all heard me ask Victor Conti about the test. He proved to me that Terrence Crawford wasn't tested when he fought Sean Porter, and he also proved to me that there was limited to no testing when he fought David Evanesian. And I talked to Sam Watson, and I hate to bring Sam in this because that's my bull. But I talked to Sam Watson right after the fight between Errol Spence and Sean and Terrence Crawford. I caught him at the elevator. Was it testing in this fight? And at first he didn't want to answer me because he was real mad that this happened with Errol when they kept telling Errol to postpone it because of the rib injury. But he came out and told me, you know what? I don't think it was. I don't know. All right. Where am I going at with all of this? All I'm saying is Terrence Crawford is technically sound. Yes, he's more disciplined than Spence. I get that, and I agree with it. But that don't change the fact that he called that man a man who has character flaws and a man who lacked integrity in a lot of things that he do. I see why Bill Haney can call him, because Bill Haney is the same way with certain things that he do with his tactics of manipulation. Yeah, I get why Bill called him. But Terrence Crawford, on the other hand, we had no record of Terrence Crawford being involved with anything illicit, illegal, questionable. I'm talking about before he got with Victor. That's really where I'm going with that.
Right.
And then all of a sudden now he gets with this guy, and there's got to be an asterisk on some of these wins. It's suspicious. I'm not accusing him of cheating, uh, publicly anyway. But at the end of the day, we can't sit up here and ignore the fact that that man called Victor Conti and his performances were enhanced. We can't ignore that. Now, okay, Spence, cool. We got it on Spence. What about Canelo? What about that? You know, it's like, I'm gonna keep talking about this because I know they all scared to stand in front of me and talk to me about it. Mr. Greg, if I was just a regular YouTuber like the rest of my counterparts, you know, they wouldn't even be worrying about that. Bill Haney would have never said, "Who is that manager, Marty? Oh man, I'm getting off." He would have never said that. And I'm gonna tell you my point. When you go look at other content creators, Bill Haney, he don't have a problem with going over there because he know that it's just entertainment. But Bill Haney, Victor, and none of them, Rachel, none of them. I'm saying it publicly. They know me. I'm in the business. I'm not a YouTuber. They know what I know. They know. Terrence Crawford, they all know. They listen. And here's the thing. Bill Haney was here. I sent the link in the chat. Bill Haney was literally here twice. He won't click the link. He ran from me from World Star Boxing. I know why he's running. He thought I was going to ask him about Snack. I wasn't even going to ask the man about Snack. I generally wasn't. But the thing about it is this. LC even came over. Terrence Crawford friend, Mr. Greg. I know you remember LC. Shout out to LC. Yeah. Yeah, shout out to LC. These guys can send whoever they want over here, but they won't sit down and answer my one question. And it's the main question, the $1 million question I've been dying to get the answer to. If you that great, you that good, you that technically sound, you're a world champion, undefeated, and even disciplined, what did you need him for? It's no, what do you, now if it was an endorsement deal, you know, like Boots did before OnlyFans called Boots, and they stopped the plug from happening where Boots had to take a check from Snack because they were the new sponsors for Boots, OnlyFans. And people cannot believe me, but if you go back and look at the Xander, if you go back and look at the Xander Zayas fight, you will see the OnlyFans logo on the ropes. And if you go to the press conferences, just go on YouTube, you will see that in front of Boots was OnlyFans cups and stuff. That's sponsorship. That's not what Terrence Crawford called Victor Conti for. And how do we know that? Because Victor Conti told us live, thanks to your question, Mr. Greg, he said that Terrence Crawford called him after his representation called him first and asked for a $50,000 endorsement deal, and Victor Conti turned it down. Terrence Crawford wanted to get on the program, and he got on it, and has been enhancing his performances ever since. Kudos to him. But I will not let none of them get away with lying to the general public about VADA testing, about the snack program, or about anything else, including the product. Now, I don't know if the product worked, but Mr. Greg, you told me it do, and I believe you that the product worked. But
It does.
Terrence Crawford told us himself that he do other things more than a product. And Victor Conti told me that he's got several different therapeutic uses exemptions for his fighters over there.
Mm-hmm.
He already told me that. And I know what he mean when he tells me that. I got it. I exposed that fact to the public. I don't want to get animated. All I'm
Before,
saying is
I'm sorry.
they know I know, Mr. Greg. And I'm not
Before
going to let
Lucky
them.
come on, I want to
Huh?
just before Lucky comes, 'cause I know Lucky got a lot of stuff to say. I want to say this.
All right. I'm sorry I
All of
went on
the
a rant,
fighters,
y'all. I ain't want to go that long with it, but I
that's
wanted to,
all
you
right. We listening.
know what I'm saying?
All of the fighters, all of them, including Terrence, who have knowingly gotten themselves involved with Victor Conte, has been on whatever program he put them on. As we already said, all of them have a black cloud over their head because of just
Mm-hmm.
because of that. No other reason. They could have been innocent and did nothing, but because you brought this particular man into the sport of boxing, where he's banned from every other sport that we know, that's always going to be the black cloud over your head. But it also illustrates this overwhelming need to win, to never lose, to have an edge that athletes, as we know, will cross the line. Even the ones, I mean, look at Lance Armstrong, just to use an example. Athletes who are addicted to winning, and that's what it really is, addicted to the applause, addicted to all of the benefits that will come from them being seen as winners, being great. Many of them will and have crossed the line, even just with associations. It doesn't even have to be the associations of performance enhancing drugs. It could be with somebody who's gambling or somebody who's doing something else that can still affect your reputation and how people will perceive you. Or are you shading what you're doing so the gambler who hangs with you can win? That question can come up as well. So a lot of the fighters who we're speaking of all have to acknowledge, in my opinion, that no matter how great they are, how skillful they are, whenever you make those kinds of decisions, it also affects how people will view you, how people will see. And you spoke of integrity. It's very difficult for most people who don't remain disciplined in all areas to turn down anything that's going to give you an edge to keep winning, because you are getting older every day, and there's going to be times when people are going to start saying he looks a little bit slower. I think his legs are gone. Fighters listen to that. Athletes listen to that, and they try to address it either through training or therapies, and sometimes they will turn to performance enhancing drugs. Unfortunately, we've seen it in every single solitary sport. So again, I'll land it here because I know Lucky got to come on. That as skillful as these guys are, and as skillful as Terrence is, he hurt himself by doing what he did. And he'll have to, maybe one day there'll be a documentary that he'll do that he'll explain or tell. But will people even believe that? And what all
I
this,
don't know. Well,
yeah,
Mr.
yeah,
Greg, I will say this. It would be very hard for me to believe certain things with regards to Terrence Crawford and Victor, and I'm going to tell you why. Shakur Stevenson, and I know I said some of this stuff before in the live a while ago. Shakur Stevenson came out, and he's Terrence Crawford's friend. That's his young boy. He said, "Man, Terrence Crawford be cheating in the
yeah,
spades game. He'll cheat to win. Everything he do, he cheats all the time, right? That's from his friend, right? That's from
right.
Shakur, right? Okay, cool. Then I take that. Then I see a year later, it comes to find out that Terrence Crawford cheated on his girlfriend. She been with him for 20 years. They got like what, 6 kids? So now,
Yeah,
okay, let's put this in perspective. So he cheats. I'm only can go by what Shakur said. So he cheats his friends out of card games and basketball games. His friends. He cheat the girl that been loyal to him, been riding with him 20 years. They got 6 kids. Boom. He go out, cheat, and not just cheat, but he has a baby on the girl. And you want me to believe, not you, Mr. Gray, but this is just my thought.
mhm,
You want me to believe that when he get in front of a convicted cheater, he's going to have integrity. If the convicted cheater say, "Well, take this," as my boy Lucky say, take this bottle and trust me. And put my integrity and reputation on the line and my character to believe that everything that's in this bottle that you sipping on is healthy and is good and is legal. But wait a minute. So I'm supposed to believe that a guy would cheat on people that's close to him, and that a guy would cheat to win against people that's close to him. But then when he get with a complete stranger who's a known convicted cheater, all of a sudden now his morals kicked in. All I'm saying is bad company corrupt good morals. And I'm not saying Terrence Crawford is cheating. Nobody can ever lie on me. Well, a lot of people can lie on me, but nobody can come out and say that they ever heard me say that. But the thing is, though, what did you call him for? I mean, because nobody's gonna believe, even if Crawford came out and said that he called them, to get pointers or whatever. I mean, yeah, that sounds cute, but you've been cheating according to Shakur. You've been cheating according to your girl. At some point, you gotta stop cheating, bro. And then you link up with another cheater. I mean, what, what? Even if Victor Conti stopped cheating, what did he have to lie to me for? I ain't nobody. What did he have to lie to me for 7 times? And it was like you lying to me about small stuff because you're trying to hide something. I know what it is, but I'm not going to say it yet. All I'm saying is, why do people? Okay, Victor was lying to me. That's one thing. All right, cool. He probably wanted to protect his business. I got it. But why everybody else ducking me? Okay, so why you ain't answering the question, Bill Haney? Terrence Crawford, why you ain't answering the question? Hell, Devin Haney, why do the snack fighters, they all do the same thing? They respond the same way when this topic come up. Why is it so hard? I've been talking about it for 3.5 years. Nobody sent me a cease and desist letter yet. You know why? Because they know I know. What? You going to send me a cease and desist letter to say what? What you going to say to me? I've been doing this for 3.5, going on 4 years. What can you actually tell me to stop saying? I mean, what is it?
Nobody wants the domino effect. The first time one of those fighters actually tells you the question or answers or tries to answer the questions honestly, what you've asked about why did you go over there in the first place and what all did you do? No matter how if they try to answer it honestly, it's going to start a domino effect.
What do you mean by that, Mr. Grant?
Meaning
Domino effect.
It's going to raise new questions about all of them, about their wins. It's going to raise new questions. Then you're going to go back and start reviewing the fights and wondering, well, maybe you shouldn't have gotten that fight now that I know you did this or you were doing some of that. See, reputations have already got the black mark over there already. You're only going to further it the more you try to talk about it and try to explain it. I would tell Terrence, if I was Terrence, no matter what you say, no matter how honest you say, you're only going to, because he doesn't really still, in my opinion, know how to talk to the public, you're only going to dig a deeper and deeper hole. Because once you got to try to explain why you went to a cheater, why you went to somebody who destroyed, who was behind people who had sterling reputations as champions in their field, and you got them destroyed, some went to jail just like you did, you're never going to be able to polish that and clean that up, which is why he could only come to boxing, because unfortunately in the world of boxing, a large part of the trainers, the fighters, the cornermen, a lot of them have come from backgrounds where there's been a lot of illegal stuff taking place. Some were, when a lot of guys who are in the field of boxing have gone to prison for doing various things. So it's easier. And then once the networks years ago got out of boxing, I'm not talking about HBO, I'm talking about ABC and CBS, and they got out of boxing because of what Don King and Bob Arum were doing, because of the element and because they were cheating on that tournament. Once you have all of that, it's easier to go over there where a lot of the element of where you came from, namely jail, is there. Now they might keep you at an arm distance, but you remember there was a number of trainers who took a picture that were supporting Victor Conte. Trainers that we know who they are. And you got 15 fighters who are at the elite class who also were doing that, but they were hiding behind the shield, which was very thin, of a reformed Victor Conte. But we know the snack program and the supplements do enhance and improve. That's what they're supposed to do. Is it cheating? We suspect that it is. Let's just leave it at that. So for them now to 3 years later, a year later, say, well, yeah, we were doing this, we were doing that, and they all reveal something small that they probably from talking don't even realize they've said and don't realize people are listening closely. And that's where the domino effect will come, because then it's like a little thread. And once you pull that thread and it gets longer and longer and longer and more stuff starts unraveling, you're going to have other fighters getting scared if some of those things were going to reflect on them, which it probably will. Then they're going to come and try to clean up or try to separate themselves from what you're finding out. It's just a domino effect. It's just like once somebody starts talking, more talk will come out. So that's why they're avoiding you, because see, your channel has never been one of I would say for fans to just praise fighters, for fans not to ask much questions. Yeah, they'll debate fights, but yours were about the business of boxing, and the business of boxing dominates the sports of boxing. And the business also dictates what happens with those fighters and how they conduct themselves. Hence, fighters taking fights when they shouldn't. Fighters need money and they take fights. Fighters who might not go in to even try to win, but just because. So all of that plays a role here in how things take place. Victor's gone. Somebody's still running the snack program. How's that happening? And what role did they have in the first place before Victor was gone? So these are still questions that you can still ask. Who's now taking the blood? Who's now running the program? What is the program? I mean, we know what No Needle did because he televised it. Is that the same thing, or is there something different? Is everybody on the same schedule? No, you can't be, because everybody's body is different. Everybody needs something different. I know we used to talk. We talked briefly back then about where you can get the exception with the
therapeutic use exemption.
Exception. How many of those drugs that other people got popped for, and I don't know how many it was, that could be legitimately used but it's illegal for boxing? Because again, just like with Spence had to get the steroid, the cortisone shot to numb his ribs, that is legitimate in medical use, but it's also, unless you get the exemption, illegal in boxing. How many of those other drugs that other fighters had to use, and they probably used them specifically because they're getting the fight, but are those drugs legal in other areas, in healthcare areas, for instance? And the reason why I ask that is there's so many things that fighters athlete has to do to keep himself in tip-top condition. Sometimes he's going to make a mistake. Sometimes he does it on purpose. It just depends on what his desire for winning is.
It sounds like Terrence Crawford have a heightened desire to win, and by right he should. But
yeah,
if this domino effect is in existence, then that goes to further prove the point that I've been making from day one. There's
absolutely
something wrong with that entire picture. Jab Queen, you still there?
Yeah, I'm here.
DC, you still there, DC?
Yeah, I'm here.
All right, quick question, Mr. Greg.
Yes.
Errol Spence, he goes over to Australia, and he requested that the fight, of course, was originally scheduled and contracted at the weight of 158 pounds, a catch weight. Errol Spence just requested, with the permission of Tszyu, can they increase the weight to 160 pounds now instead? This is a week before the fight. What's your take on it?
That nothing has really completely changed. That's my take. Now I could be wrong. That it's only a 2 pound difference, but it makes a big difference. When you this just always disturbs me as a professional with his years of experience in the ring in the fight game. You have to know your body. You have to know what you're capable of doing and how well what you have to do to prepare to do that. Now they get there weak, and he wants to change things. Um, that tells me there was another flaw. Don't know what it was, but there was another flaw in preparation. It was not enough preparation or perspiration, in my opinion. And I'm very rigid about the preparation and preparation segment of anything because that's how I came up. If you're not prepared, it's because you didn't do your work and you didn't put enough work in. He
So it's a,
knows.
so with Errol Spence, you're basically saying, because of his lack of preparation, he's showing signs
Yeah,
of past errors and flaws that he was cutting corners then, and it sounds like he's probably doing it now. He just can't make the weight in this fight. Basically, that's what you when
that's
you
what I
say
that's what I'm seeing in that, and
from the past.
it disturbs
Yeah.
me that this late he's doing it, and at this stage in his career he's still doing it because habits are hard to break, and doesn't feel like I hope I'm wrong, but I haven't been wrong about this situation from the very beginning, and I don't think I'm wrong here now. And it's
All
just
right, let's see.
to know that.
Let's see what Lucky think. Lucky, you there, big dog?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah. Lucky, before you talk, man, got Mr. Greg up here, DC Jeroy. I mean, I feel like we back in DC again, y'all.
Yeah, I'm about to say that.
Yeah. You know, it's good to be here with y'all guys, man.
Man,
I
I
know.
miss you up here, Lucky, man. Where you been up here, man?
Been a while, been a while. Hey, look, I really ain't come up here to talk boxing tonight.
What?
I came up here to say what's up to Jab Queen. What's up, baby?
Hey, Lucky, how you doing?
All
What's
right.
up?
What's
Hey,
going on now?
hold on. Hold on. Hey, Lucky, right? Hold. Hey, Mr. Greg, hold on, Mr. Greg. I got
Yeah.
old school. Hey, man, Lucky, when the ladies come of the show, bro, they coming to see me, bro. They ain't nobody coming to see you. Oh, hey, man, I'm just saying, bro. You take my shine, bro. The ladies came, you see what I'm saying, bro? Damn, bro. But it is Jab Queen, so I guess it
Yeah.
don't count.
All right,
It's
Jab
Jab
Queen.
Queen.
I see what's going on with you.
Oh my.
Jab Queen, Jab Queen.
Yeah.
I ain't never fight over a woman, and I ain't gonna start now. Go ahead, Lucky, do your thing, big dog.
Ah, yeah.
Hey, I love having fun with y'all. Real quick, Luck. Errol Spence, he goes over to Australia. He gets there, and just yesterday, now the fight was contracted, meaning that it was in the contract, in language, that him and Tim Tszyu going to fight at the catch weight 158. But when he went over there, as of yesterday, he told his representation to call up Tim Tszyu. He talked to Tim Tszyu and asked Tim Tszyu for permission if it was cool with him to have this fight not at 158, but at 160 now. This is a week before the actual fight to take place. What's your take on that, bro?
Well, it's just like what Mr. Greg said, you know, Errol just hasn't been preparing himself. I mean, you had so much time off. You would think you've been had time off to get that weight off, but He just haven't been preparing himself. And for Tszyu to take the fight, that lets you know Tszyu really want this fight. He's gonna do what he gotta do to get this fight. But
He agreed to it too. I'm sorry, Jab Queen, DC, and Mr. Greg. I forgot to say that part. Tszyu agreed. He told Errol Spence,
Yeah, I saw
okay.
that. I saw that.
He said,
It was
okay.
last hour. Like I thought it was, but to Lucky's point, that shows me that Tim Zoo, he speaks confidently. Even when they did the round table with, like I said, who was that? Sean Porter.
Yeah,
He
Sean
speaks very
Porter.
confident. He leans a little bit too much on the Bud fight. Um, so I don't know about that aspect of it, but he does sound confident, and he said, he's ready. He didn't even hesitate. But remember, I told you he changed trainers too. He's
Hmm.
with Joey Fence now, or Jesse Fence. I forget his first name, but it's Finesse. He's a four-time world champion too. He changed trainers at the last minute, so clearly he's hip to whatever games EJ's trying to play. So we shall see.
Tim, Tim might come in and come
I'm
in.
I'm I'm a, Mr. Greg, I'm gonna tell you, man. I want to get your perspective. I know we running late, and I'm gonna let y'all go. I'm gonna get all your perspective on this. I just saw a reel where Tim Tszyu was in an interview 2 days ago, and I just seen it today, and he actually said that he's going for the knockout. And let me quote him. He said, "I'm going to knock him out quicker than Terrence Bud Crawford did." End quote. That's what Tim Tszyu said about Spence. I'll start with you, Jab Queen. Um, do you see that being a possibility that Tim Tszyu can actually knock out Errol Spence? He said he was going for the knockout. You think he can knock Errol Spence out?
I don't know, man. Like I told you, 3 years is 3 years off the couch. I know EJ is the big fish, man, and I know we all want the best for him. But like we discussed earlier, he seems a little delayed in his speech and his movements, and I just don't know. I'm very anxious about this fight. I told you that. I'm extremely anxious about this fight just to see how he looks. Again, not that I think, Tim Tszyu is a world beater, but he has been more active. You know what I mean? And so we're just gonna have to see, if I'm being honest. I don't know.
Hmm. All right, DC Jeroy. We talked about this earlier. Jab Queen just alluded to the activity of Tim Tszyu. I mean, he's fought 7 times in the last 3 years. And I'm saying last three, meaning he really fought 8. But I'm just saying since Errol Spence fought, he fought 7 times since then. Of course, Errol didn't fight at all. I mean, he's talking about going for the knockout, man. He like he did to Tony Harrison, in his hometown. You can you see Tim Tszyu actually knocking Errol Spence out, bro?
To answer your question directly, right? Because I hate when people don't answer questions. Yes, I do see I see I guess I envision a time and an opportunity where Tim Tszyu could actually stop Spence. And I'm basing that off of some of the things that just mentioned, right? The inactivity. Tim Tszyu he's not a sucker, right? He believes in laying it all out on the line, just like Spence does, right? And so he's not going in there afraid, or he doesn't view himself at a disadvantage. And so the mental aspect where most fighters have over another, as far as advantage wise, Spence doesn't have that. Tim is also a cat that wants to come forward and press, and so does Spence. I think the reason I say I see an opportunity for that, and we talked about this before everybody jumped on. I'd mentioned that Spence asking for 160 is an indication that he hasn't been disciplined, right? So you're not disciplined, you're not locked in. And so as a result of that, it makes me wonder what is attrition going to look like. And looking at the footage that they've at least socialized across the internet, timing, speed, some of the flaws that Spence have had, and then the inactivity, I wonder, plus the additional weight at the last minute, I wonder what his conditioning looks like. And I think that can create an opportunity where Tszyu can find himself putting Spence in a real bad situation. So to answer your question, yes, I think there's a avenue where that happens. It's hard for me to say definitively because we haven't seen Spence in such a long time, and so it's very hard for me to predict what Spence is going to show up. I really have nothing to go off of, and so it's a fight that I'm excited to see, just as a fan, right? But I do see an opportunity, given those reasons that I just laid out, where Tim can get the stops.
Okay, Mr. Greg. I mean, look, you always talked about, Spence's lack of discipline, and obviously that definitely can be reflected in the preparation of these fights. I mean, he even told you that he don't do tune-ups, and now the guy, in Tszyu, who will have the home court or home field advantage or home cooking, because this fight is in another country, in Australia, and Errol Spence is definitely going into the Lions Den, and by him asking for this extra 2 pounds, this is not a good indication that Errol Spence is back in a more disciplined way or with a more disciplined approach. And that same guy is talking about actually knocking him out. Mr. Greg, I mean, can you see? I mean, can you think Tszyu can knock Errol Spence out, man?
Yeah, I do. And I think this has broadened the lane, in my opinion, of that being possible. He's coming off, like as you say, the 3-year layoff of a devastating loss, but then he's also coming off all of this revelations of why he lost. So that has some bearing on his mentalities as well, because he unloaded a little bit, and he didn't unload
This was
everything.
the phone number you had first, and then I got the new number. Remember?
He unloaded on the fans
What's going
all of
on?
the things that he should have been doing, he didn't do in that last fight. So he was unburdening himself psychologically. But at the same time, he did not
You said
sound
he
like
left for work.
he was
Oh,
100%.
I didn't think you said he was leaving today.
Talk to me.
You're not on mute, Manager Marty. Go ahead,
So,
Mr. Greg.
yeah. So now we see that he's still not 100% prepared, flying over to a country who loves Tim Tszyu and his father. He's going into hostile territory. He's not 100% prepared as far as weight is concerned. He's still got the memories of people of the last fight that he had in his head. And he tried to
Mm-hmm.
get rid of some of that in that interview, but he didn't get rid of all of it. And even the way it sounded told me that, at least me, that there's more that's there that he hasn't revealed. I don't know how damaged he is after being just resting for 3 years, but I know when you go through what he's gone through physically, though that damage doesn't go away. That's there as well. Now, has it stabilized itself a little bit? I hope so. Now he's trained with someone else. I can't think of his name right now.
Ronnie Shields is who he's with now.
Shields, yeah. I hope and I like to believe that Ronnie Shields was very satisfied what he saw in in those training sessions. Not just in how he's throwing his punches and how he's moving, but how he's thinking mentally. I hope he saw the whole picture and not just the physical part. Because you can go in there and once you get hit, what is his punch resistance? Will he freeze?
Mm-hmm.
Will he become gun shy? Will he become reluctant to come forward as what he likes to do?
Mm-hmm.
Heard Tim Tszyu. Tim Tszyu is still seeing that guy who lost 3 years
Mm-hmm.
ago. Now he's
Mm-hmm.
guy who lost 3 years ago come with a problem already. Weight.
Mm.
So
Yeah.
that and to me embolden him a little bit to really go for this knockout. Now, would it be a knockout by purely where he just out cold, or will he get beat so much that they have to stop the fight? That's the question. Does will Tim Tszyu do all of that? But also, you call him Terrence. Also, Earl still has something to prove too. He's gonna have to overcome all of those mental issues that he has, and the physical one. Will he be slower at 160? You know, and again, like I said, I'm more concerned about what his punch resistance is and how well he'll handle the physical combat that I believe both of them are going to try to inflict on each other. But yeah, I do believe that Tim has a bigger path, a broader path at least of stopping Earl this time. And I've been concerned about this because this I don't know why anybody thought this was going to be an easy fight just because Tim Tszyu has lost a few fights. He was in those fights for the most part,
I
and he
agree.
kept fighting. And that's the thing. There's a lot of guys out here who may not have a bigger name, who can lose a lot, but every time you fight them, you in a fight with them. There's a lot of fighters out there like that, and they never get to shine. And sometimes they're like, who's the guy? And I hate saying this to you, Jab Queen, but you know who I'm going to talk about, Roy. Um,
You know what, Mr. Greg?
no, going to talk about Roy, but we're talking about who he fought that knocked him out. Um,
Tarver.
who?
Antonio Tarver.
Not Tarver. After Tarver,
Glenn Johnson.
Glenn
That was
Johnson.
Road winner.
Johnson. Yeah.
Look how many fights Glenn Johnson had been in, right?
Mhm.
Some of those fights he should have won that he lost, but ultimately he was always in those fights. And possible for Earl that Zoo could be Glenn Johnson, a guy who's lost a number of fights, but also won some big ones. And this is a big fight for him because still, Earl is a big name. He's still a big name. He's still beloved. People still believe in him. They're rooting for him as they should. I'm rooting for him, but I'm not going to pretend like this ain't this. I don't see some problems already, and then I see more.
Yeah.
So that's what I'm.
Yeah.
That's how I see this particular fight. He has to be willing to go through that. Earl has to be willing to go through those fires, face those demons that are going to be out there, and accept this challenge and come out on top. If he does that, that will tell me more about him mentally than what he does in terms of how he actually wins the fight. It's the fight is always in your head first. It's upstairs, making the right decisions, throwing the right kind of punches, knowing when to get out of the way, knowing when to maybe tie up, spin. All of those things have to come all into play in this fight, and that's how you use your brain. You can throw some punches, but you have to know how to, when to, why. And if he does that, I think he can still win. But yes, Tim can definitely can stop him.
All
Mr.
right.
Greg, you said a lot of things. Oh, go ahead, Megan.
I was going to ask Lucky. Um, Lucky, we know that Tim Tszyu, 27-3 with 18 knockouts. But the last time we saw him really look real dominant with the knockout was, we all know Tony, Tony Harris. And of course, Tony Harrison, even he was coming off a layoff at that time. And he came back after about a year layoff. He didn't look the same since the Charlo fight. And now in Errol's case, he kind of got demolished by Crawford. Tony Harrison got demolished by Charlo in that rematch. But of course, he had some tune-ups before he got to Tim Tszyu, coming off a year layoff.
Hmm.
And now here we go seeing Errol Spence asking for 2 more extra pounds. after this man done said he was going to knock him out. Lucky, I mean, they don't even have this fight on none of the sporting bets apps or nothing, man. Can Tszyu knock out Errol Spence, bro?
No, he cannot. I believe Tszyu can knock down Errol Spence, but I don't think he can knock him out. To me, looking at this fight, it's two ways to look at this fight. You can look at this fight as the Earl before the Crawford fight or the Earl after the Crawford fight. Which Earl is we going to get? Now, with him asking for the 2 extra pounds, that don't seem like something professional that the old Earl would do. But we don't know what Earl we're going to get in this fight. But it's two ways to look at it. And also, I feel like I hear y'all guys speaking about the tune-ups. For me, I think Earl should have went against Tony Harrison in a comeback tune-up. That's the fight I believe he should have won against. Somebody who can actually box. I feel like he should have won against him first. Tony Harrison came back after losing against Tszyu. He beat two different guys right after the Tszyu fight. I feel like Earl should have came in and went against Tony Harrison. And I felt that would have been a good tune-up for Errol Spence. But I got Earl winning this fight, but I got Earl getting dropped in this fight. That's what I
That's
had.
interesting. I want to say something. Lucky, I don't know if you watched all of their face-offs, but Earl spoke about, wanting somebody like a tier higher, and they kind of like told him no. They said his team kind of like told him no. Because they asked him like why Tim Zoo. And then he was like, I wanted to go higher, but they said no.
Hey, Jab Queen, I don't believe nothing that man say no more.
Oh my
Now,
goodness. Okay.
a content creator today played an old clip of Errol Spence before the Crawford fight. It was I believe it was the weigh-in. It was the weigh-in, and that's right before the fight. And the guy asked him how everything been going. He said training camp been well, everything been well. I'm feeling well. And for him to say that, and then come out 3 years later and say, "Hey, I didn't do no sparring. Training camp was horrible. It's one of the worst ones I ever had." How can I believe what this man say? I don't believe anything Earl say nowadays. I'm a fan of Earl. I want Earl to get the win, but it's hard to believe what the man say because he
That's
just
fair
said that
enough.
he was
But
feeling well, training camp well, and then 3 years later he said he ain't feeling good, rib hurt, and this the worst
yeah,
training camp. So what we supposed to believe?
yeah.
Well, unfortunately, Lucky, I'm gonna have to treat Errol Spence the same way I did when Victor Conti lied. It's no different. You know what I mean? Um, he did say
Hey,
that at the press
hey,
conference.
hey!
He
One more
did.
thing. You brought up the fact that he's not on the betting sites, and I wanted to say it to everyone else. Like, I don't know why, but I'm thinking the reason why he's not on the betting sites is because when you say and have people betting their money, and just like before the fight at the weigh-in, you say you feeling well, everything's good. He was talking about how he's the grave digger, the big fish. He was saying all that at the weigh-in. That made people want to bet more money. But then you come out and say, I knew I was going to lose before I walked in that ring. That could be a reason why he's not on the betting sites. Because you can't trust what the man say. He made a lot of people lose their money that night. Just off of saying how he feel well, training camp went well, he the big fish, he the grave digger. That could be a big reason why he's not on that site right now.
Hey, Lucky, uh, real quick, I'll say this, and this is not on behalf of Spence. It's just on behalf. We we we've seen several fighters that have claimed to be okay
Well,
and
and
feeling their
not,
best.
yeah.
Like, I mean, I maybe because of the stakes, maybe like I don't want to say that it's a ridiculous position to take. I'm not saying that, but I'm saying Spence is not the first person that has come out and said that, and then afterwards they said, "Man, well, I really ain't trained, or I was, I had this issue, this thing was going on with me in training camp. It's the only point that I wanted to make there. But Brother Marty, you asked the question, at least to me, did I see Tszyu? Do I think Tszyu can knock Spence out? And I said yes, right, via stoppage. But then the question didn't present itself as who do I think will win? And so while I genuinely I don't know, I do look at, and what I can't overlook either is I have to make some assumptions. And this is not an assumption, right? But when I look at the reality, as far as the word came up earlier, as far as the pedigree, like as far as just the quality of fighter, boxer all around, I don't think anyone can argue that Spence has the better pedigree between the two as far as boxers.
Mm-hmm.
I also don't think there's an argument that can be made as far as who's had the tougher competition. And so while the 3 years play a very integral part in the overall decision, I can't overlook those aspects. So when the question asks, who do I think will win? I say I don't know, but I do give the edge to Spence based off of just who he is, where he's come from, what he's been through. It's not a strong edge. To me, I see this as maybe a 55-45, 60-40 tops. And that's being too generous if I go 60-40, but that's kind of where I am. But I do see, when I answered your question, I definitely see an opportunity where Spence can be stopped.
Lucky brought up something that I talked about earlier when when that interview first came up. And I was talking about, and Marty, you probably know better than I do, the injury where you have to get the therapeutic exemption. And the fact that his business people, even though you did clarify that they did advise him to exercise that option in his contract to delay the fight. I know insurance has to be taken out on fighters. I know that the venue needs to be somewhat aware of the product that they're putting out. And because there was gambling taking place, and unfortunately nobody's done anything, so that's a good thing. But I say when people, and unless the rules are you just lose if you lose, but I know that if people had known what Spence revealed, because this is not just my training camp was bad. There was really no training camp, to be quite honest, from my perspective, for 7 weeks.
Yeah, that's what he said. That's what he said.
And so if people know that the product that they're getting ready to lay their money down on is already damaged, not prepared to do the very best that they can do so they can bet their money on them, I wonder how many people have asked for money back or maybe made some overtures about that, because Spence sold us just like his people did, even though they knew, sold a bill of goods that they knew was damaged. They sold a bill of goods that they knew had no business in the ring that particular night with that particular, with probably no fighter, but certainly not with Crawford. And if you want to throw in the fact that Crawford was on the snack program, that's one more reason why he shouldn't have been in the ring as ill prepared as he was. So when you say that there's nothing on the books about Spence in terms of betting, Lucky is probably 100% right, because now we don't know. Those people who are going to vet don't know. I remember I bet on them last time, and then 3 years later, I find out all of this massive amount of information. And I may have, who put down 10,000, 25,000, 100,000 They basically gave their money away. That's what they did, and they don't want to do it again. So that will make people leery of even betting on him. So he's come. So all of these factors that are circling around this fight again, this current fight, has to weigh a little bit on the whole aura of the fight. Now
Y'all
we
don't
know
think they're just waiting? I'm sorry, Mr. Bell. Y'all don't think that they're just waiting though till like it gets closer?
it's
Because we did
possible.
see everybody with passport issues, and maybe they're just kind of waiting for the dust to settle. Because I really can't see them doing that. People are going to gamble regardless, and if you think they're gonna miss out on some money, you know what I mean? Like I just can't see that,
No,
especially
I'm
with the
talking about
people
betting
who
on
just.
Spence. Well, I'm sure they're probably a lean right now. If you're just thinking about it, you'll probably lean a little more, knowing all that we're starting to hear. Something different is happening every. It seems like every other week. Uh,
Yeah.
Concerning Spence, and you will start to feel a certain kind of way. Man, what's wrong with this dude? And now this. What else is going to happen? You'll start to think that way for a minute, and then of course you get to the night of the fight, and if you're a real gambler, you're gonna still take
Mhm.
those chances. But who are you gonna take the chance on? Because most gamblers like the rush, the thrill of the sport or whatever it is. And yeah, they want to win. They want to get that adrenaline rush and so forth, but they want to win. Um, so it's casting in my little bit in my feeling just a tiny bit of a cloud. It's not a big one. It's not one of like, oh Lord, here. But you are thinking, okay, what else is going to happen? But it is casting a little bit. It's taking away the excitement to me a little bit of the fight because we all, and I think everybody here, I know I am, we're rooting for Spence. I want to see you be devastating in that ring because that's what I usually will expect from an elite fighter. I want to see you pull out everything in your bag. I want to see that you really paid attention to who you fighting, regardless of what level they're fighting on, because they're gonna raise their level because they're fighting you because you're the bigger name. So I want to see that you came in prepared for anything, as well as the guy coming to knock you out, which means he has to take chances as well. Are you prepared to take advantage of the chances that he's going to be taking? Because in order for him to knock you out, he got to be open to be knocked out. What is his best punch?
Mhm. I think that goes back to what you were saying about being gun shy. Will he be gun shy?
Yeah, yeah. Those are the things, and I guess maybe the first couple of punches, hard punches, will tell you how he's receiving those punches or whether Tim is as hard a puncher as he seems. So
Mhm.
all of those factors we're looking for. I mean, I'll certainly be as along with everyone else, analyzing each round. Hopefully, you'll be
Mhm.
able to hear what the corners are telling their fighter, because that's the story of the fight.
Mhm.
What that corner is doing and doing well to keep you in the fight, whether they're being honest with you. You're doing this wrong. You got to stop this. You need to stop this now, and or whether they'll wait until round 9 to tell you what they should have been telling you at round 2. So you have to and I think Ronnie Shields has always been pretty honest with his fighters from when I seen him train. So he's not going to let something continuously happen that needs to be corrected. He's not going to let it go round after round after round. But
Mhm.
is Earl listening to him? Because Earl is hard headed. So is Earl. I hope Earl is listening to him, and we'll see. But I agree that right now that's why there probably has it's probably been slow betting if there's any betting at all. But Marty just said he's not even listed on as a bet at all. So we'll see. We will see. But that's my take on the fight. Earl can win, and I want Earl to win. So I don't want anybody to think I hate Earl because I just keep it honest and with my assessment. I want him to win, but I don't want him to have to struggle either because you can win and still lose. You can go in there and get beat up, and maybe you'll win by a point. But was that point worth the beating that you took, particularly when you had a beating previously?
I was
So
about
Hey,
to
but
say,
Miss,
can he stand another beating?
yeah,
hey, but
No, he
Mr.
can't.
Greg, so you
yeah,
you you hadn't you might have been listening, but you wasn't on the stage. So we were having a conversation earlier about, Spence
Mm-hmm.
communicating that he has 1 foot in and 1 foot out. And I think to kind of hit the refresh button on that topic, I think where we are with Spence, win, lose, or draw, is I think this is his last fight anyway, right? If you
I
saw
think
the
so.
interview with Andre Ward, he admitted during the interview that he was thinking about retirement while they were sitting there talking. And so, I think win, lose, or draw in Earl's mind, I think this is his last one. That's 1. 2, again, we don't know definitively, but if we were to go off of behavior patterns, Spence, one thing he's never been is shy to throw punches, right? Even in that Bud fight, as bad of a whooping as he was taking, he presented and showed himself as someone that was willing to go out the hard way, you know what I mean, if they hadn't stopped the fight. So I say that to say that I don't have any suspicions or expectations that he's going to be punched or, punch shy or hesitant to let his hands go. That would probably be the only thing that surprises me if I see that out there. He did make mention that, he's been learning a lot from Ronnie Shields. We'll see, right? The real proof is in the pudding. And so, but he said, he's amazed by the things that he's been able to pick up from Ronnie, even from day 2. And so, he may mention that, you can't change the past, but to your point, the light has gone off where, I think he finally realized he should have made a pivot a long time ago. And so I don't know, right? Do he see this as his second coming? Who knows? But I know what the man has said, right? He's been learning a lot and he's looking forward to it, but he's also thinking about retirement. So, whatever that math gets us.
You know what, DC? That's sad in a way that this late in your career, that you're learning all these new things.
It is.
You also got 1 foot out the door, going out the door, and you probably realize, darn, I should have done this years ago. But it also says about, again, about what was going on his previous camps and organization and his trainer and the people that were around him. That all it took, that you left after all those years, and it's like you just getting started again, because all of these things, now of course you have the motor skills to learn this stuff because you are a fighter, but you're with another elite trainer and you're learning all of the things, and I'm sure he has in his head, I wish I had been doing this years later. So you also have to wonder, at least what I believe, this is what money can make you miss when you get sort of big-headed and it's coming to you already, because this is what fighters fight for, the prize. And and get a prize, and in exchange for that prize, you now took a terrible beating, and now 3 years later you're learning so many new things that would have served you well back then.
I suppose to that point, I suppose that's what has him with 1 foot in and 1 foot out, right? Like part of him was like, man, I'm done with this. The other part is coming back, working with Ronnie Shields and learning these things, have him thinking, imagining, what if, but I can't change the past. So let me see what can be, right? And maybe, depending upon how this goes, if these changes and these new tricks, stick, maybe we will see him again. But I think from his body language and from just listening to, I've heard men, quite a few throughout my life, send subliminal messages and some direct. And he definitely presents as a man that's on his way out for sure. So I don't know.
36 now, right? Or 37?
I think he's 36. I think he's 36.
Yeah, he's 36.
Okay. So at 36, yeah, that's a very that's a pivotal age right there, depending on what you've done with yourself, what you've
Yeah,
done with you as an athlete.
yeah,
Sometimes
what you've been
it's
through.
okay. Yeah, it's like you're not 26 no more, and you're not 16. Um, but again, I'm hopefully that what was he doing? And the thing I think about is what were you doing during the 3 years? I know you were enjoying your family because you did say that, and that's a wonderful thing. But what else were you doing for yourself to heal besides not being in the ring?
Man, Mr. Greg, you saw that beat, man. It took that man 3 years to. He probably was laying on a bunch of couches, having a bunch of talks, and a whole. That was a brutal beatdown, man. I'm
Yeah,
sure
I
he
know.
was.
That's why I
Yeah.
said, what were you
Yeah, it was
doing to
bad.
heal? Because that's a cycle. That was a psychological and physical de- decimation for
It's
the
Yeah,
whole.
it's
physically he's probably healed, obviously, but mentally, I don't know if you can ever heal from something like that. I'm sure he probably still sees flashes of it. Hell, I still see flashes of it just talking about it. So I'm pretty sure they pass his mind every once in a while.
so
Yeah,
here's what I've wondered since that fight, right? And even more so since he's come out, because it changed kind of how I looked at it. Before seeing the interview with Andre Ward, you know, it was a wonder when you are used to being the apex, if you would, and you come up against a cat or something that you are sure in your mind that you're going to dominate, and you find out that you weren't the apex. And especially in sports, physical contact sports for sure, you have a ego, and you have this persona about yourself that you have to stand on. And so once that reality, I guess, comes to light that you aren't the apex, what, like the psychology, and that's, I guess that's what we're talking about. So I always wondered, how is he recouping from that? But then he comes out and says, well, I knew I wasn't ready for that fight, and I knew I wasn't going to be performing at my peak performance. And so does that mean psychologically going into that fight, he wasn't operating from the mentality of I'm the apex, which means that maybe the psychological abuse or damage wasn't as bad or detrimental as maybe I'm thinking it is? That's the part that, after watching that interview with SOG, I immediately started wondering, like, I wonder now, right? Like, since that was his position going into the fight, I wonder where that left him mentally.
I think because he did say that he did think maybe I could win, but it goes back to what I'm saying, what I've said before, when he's gone into previous fights prior to that, uh, not fully prepared and won. And sometimes you, like I said, you can BS your own self, which is the worst thing any man can do to himself. BS other people, never BS your own self.
Yeah.
And he actually did that to himself, but he kept winning. So after a while, it becomes, no, I've done this before a couple of times, so I can do it again. So he had some of what you said, that maybe I can. He did say he thought maybe I could win, but it was so weak that I dismissed it, really, because
Mm-hmm.
he knew deep down inside, you ain't winning this fight, but the money is so important to you. And like I said, I dismissed that also by him saying it was for his family, because
Mm-hmm.
prior to saying that, he said the money he had gotten from the Ugas fight he hadn't even touched yet.
Uh-huh.
So
Uh-huh.
that was a bag already stashed away.
Yep.
You just want more of it. So I would have felt better if he had said, "Well, I already got that, but I want to get this too, so I can add to what I already have put away." but he was making it sound like in a way, I got to do this for my family.
Yeah,
Like we don't have
exactly.
nothing, so I got to go ahead and sacrifice myself. But that's more greed, in my opinion. But you're covering it up because you're not telling the whole story in the first place. You're telling the bits and pieces. You're not blaming anybody really, but you're not telling everything too. And so we have to speculate. We got to read between the lines and all of that kind of stuff that took place. Because again, I'm thinking that the business people didn't press him. They might have known it. I don't see it. I didn't hear it. He didn't say it, but they didn't press him. Don't take this fight. Let's wait. You got 90 days in your contract, so you don't lose the fight because you got 90 days built into the contract. So it was kind of greed, in my opinion. I would have never gone. I would have never. Ronnie Shields, not Ronnie Shields. I'm sorry, Derek James, in my opinion, played a role because as the trainer, you let a lot of things happen in the training camp that should have never happened in your training camp, in my opinion. I would have never co-signed that fight, even though that would have meant I don't get this big this big payday because he got a nice payday off of this fight too. So he did have an incentive for his fighter to go in, and you do not win fights when you're not 100% prepared. You don't fight well when you're not
Hmm.
prepared because all they did was pad work. That's
Hmm.
the equivalent almost of shadow boxing. And shadow boxing is good, but you need to be doing something more than that when you
Hmm.
don't get hit back.
Yeah.
Um, so
Just real quick, y'all. I'm gonna go ahead and call it a night. This has been an amazing conversation. I hit Manager Marty up behind stage. I don't know what he's doing, but y'all enjoy the rest of y'all nights.
well, you make sure that
Um,
Lucky treats you nice when he calls you.
uh,
You tell
look
him
at
we
you
watching
starting
him.
mess.
You tell
Look
him
at you
we're
starting
watching
mess.
him.
All right, you starting mess. Good night.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night, dear.
Good night. Here's the thing, guys. We can end it too. Yo, we made almost 4 hours. I haven't done this in a very long time. Very long time, man. This was necessary, Mr. Greg. Much love and respect to you, man. DC Jeroy, you know, same thing. Much love and respect to you. Oh my gosh, man.
When we gonna hold up? When we gonna
Man, I'm
do?
gonna keep it 100. I done dozed off a few times on this joint, man. I heard everything that y'all was saying though, but
When we
but
gonna do dinner
I'm
again,
just
gentlemen?
listening to you guys break this thing down, man, and I agree with everything y'all saying, man.
I just asked him earlier, Greg, when was he coming down the road?
Now, yeah.
Yeah, give me a couple of weeks, man. I'll be down there.
All right. Well, come on down.
Mr. Greg, you there?
I'm here. I'm here. Can you hear me?
Oh, I can't even. Oh, hold up.
Lucky. I mean, DC, you still there?
Yeah, I'm here. I don't
Yeah.
think he could hear us.
Yeah, I think you can hear us. Okay. Yeah. You been all right, man? Things been going good for you?
Yeah, brother. Things been going good, man.
Okay, good. It's
Head
good.
down, grinding, brother. These government contracts is, it's a tough bed out here with old buddy down here 1600. So he making it hard for guys like me.
He making it hard for everybody, even the people, even the people who supporting him. He making it hard for them.
Yeah, ain't that the truth?
Yeah, but in this topsy turvy political climate in this country, you never know when something's gonna happen.
Yeah,
It's like day to day.
yeah.
Yeah,
It's a mess. It's a mess. So,
yeah, we've been
brother
through
Marty.
some stuff. Yeah, you're on mute, Marty. From what
Oh,
I'm
I'm
saying. Okay,
sorry.
there you go.
All right. No, I was saying I got a lot of love and respect for both of y'all guys, man. I appreciate you. I heard every word that y'all was saying, man. I agree with it, man, and we're gonna see what I do want to do early next week. I do want to have a full panel of what's going to happen in this fight, who's going to win, how they're going to win, strengths and weaknesses of both fighters, giving a breakdown. I want to put a panel together. I haven't decided the day, but I'm gonna let everybody know in advance as much as I can. And let's get a panel together and see, man. Maybe the 160 will work for Spence. We'll see. But I'll tell you what, man.
when I hear words like retirement and you ain't even jumping the ring yet,
Mm-hmm.
man, like DC said, it's just not a good thing, man.
Yeah. Let me
It's
ask one
not a
other
good thing.
question about the 160. Do you all think Laura might have been a better fight at
No.
160? Okay.
Oh no, sir. No, sir. I was thinking about it when DC asked me who did I think would have
That's
been a good fit, and I thought he came to my mind. And I said, nope, not
that's
Laura.
crazy that you asked that because I was wondering that
I was
same
thinking about it.
name. Yeah,
Yep, but
Lars
no, I
Lane.
don't think so. No, sir.
And then which transitioned me over to well, maybe he should have sparred him getting ready for Bud. Is where my
Oh
imagination
yeah,
took me to. But
that would have been nice. Yeah, that'd have been
yeah,
nice.
Who did he
used him.
spar with? Do y'all know?
No, whoever he sparred with, he only sparred with him for 2-3 days. Because after that, he got the rib injury the
No,
second
no,
week.
no. I'm talking
Oh,
about for this fight.
oh yeah, no, I don't know. I can make
Ah,
some phone calls and find out.
I
Yeah,
don't
I
know.
wonder who he sparred with. But hey,
He
as far
probably sparred. He's
So
probably
so
sparred with. Oh, go ahead.
I was gonna say Brian Mendoza said he sparred with him.
oh, okay.
He probably sparred with Charlo too a little bit. They both with Ronnie Shields now.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Probably sparred with him a little bit.
okay, okay.
whatever you get at.
Possibly.
I don't.
So
Who knows where Maul is, man? Sheesh, Maul might be laying on the other couch besides Spence.
Right. But they
Shoot.
said his passport got denied, so I got to talk about that later on
Yeah,
of why he couldn't go over there. So,
it's amazing that they don't find this stuff out until the day they got to leave.
well, my thing is, and I said this earlier, Mr. Greg, and I won't hold y'all too long. I believe all them guys should have been over there 3 weeks ago, man.
Yeah, I'm
Man, they should have
surprised.
been over there last month,
I'm
man.
surprised at this. This is once again either this is prepared. This is not just for being prepared in the ring. This is having your fighter being prepared psychologically because he should have been over there, like you said, 3 weeks ago, getting adjusted to the climate, getting
Yes, sir.
adjusted to the atmosphere,
Yep.
the
learning,
altitude.
getting
Yeah,
a feel of the country that you're in and how do you know how they feel about him, but you need to feel it by being there. You
yeah.
gonna come up, man. So it wasn't just again, it wasn't just Earl, in my opinion. Whoever handles some of this other parts of the business, need to be questioned as well. Why y'all
Totally agree.
finding out that your passport got some problems, or that the person who has the passport got some problems with the country they want to go to? That's just
Totally agree.
yeah,
Bad business.
yeah, yeah.
I'm gonna talk about it. I'm gonna talk about it sometime this weekend, man. Much love and respect to both of you guys. We got to
Thank
link
you,
up
bro.
again, and I'll be down there real soon. Trust me.
We'll be looking for you, man. We'll go to a nice spot. I hope y'all like Italian food.
Of course.
Yeah, we go
Yeah,
to Philomore. You've been to Philomore before, haven't you, DC Joy?
yeah. But if you remember, man, I ain't even drinking no more. I know when I go to the spots, I normally sip, right? Because I'm the vegan, right? So if
Right.
you remember, it don't be nothing at them restaurants that I can bang with. But I come down there just so we can catch up, man, and I appreciate the fellowship and the brotherhood, man. So we be down
Oh
there like
yeah.
that.
Absolutely.
And
Absolutely.
Mr.
Yeah.
Greg,
Yes.
man, all this stuff I've been saying about snack, you can't even drop the location where we gonna be, man. Man, one of these snack security guards be done ran up on me, bro. No, I'm just joking,
Nah,
man.
you
I'm
Nah,
be
just joking.
straight. You be
So,
straight.
you
Yeah,
good. You good here.
you straight.
no,
If I got,
we all know how to box. We gonna be all right. I'll be all right. I'll be
nah, I
good.
just pick you up. Once I just pick you up. We'll get on down there. Let the dudes park the car. They ain't coming down there anyway.
Oh, Mr. Gray, I took that the wrong way. I probably it's 11 o'clock. You said I'm just pick you up. I thought you meant after they knock me out, you gonna pick
Oh
me
no,
up.
no, no. We ain't
I'm
letting that
tired,
happen.
Mr. Gray.
We ain't letting that
No,
happen.
ain't nothing gonna happen. I'm just
Yeah.
joking, man. But
Right.
yeah,
I
I
know.
love it.
I
I'll be
know.
there in a few weeks though. Yup.
Okay then.
All right, bro.
Yup. With much love, man. Hey man, y'all come see me next week, man. Let's talk boxing, man. Early next week.
Let's
We'll
do it.
do.
All right,
All
man.
right,
Much love,
gentlemen.
man. I see y'all.
All right, bro.
All right.
All
Good
right,
night.
Greg. I
Appreciate
talk
you.
to you. All right, bro.
Okay then.
Man, we did 4 hours tonight, bro.
Like that.